Hello everyone, and welcome to what I suspect is probably going to be one of my more difficult challenges for this game. It is a challenge where I try to make as much progress as possible, but there's a rule that I have to learn a new technique from every battle that I get into. When it comes to making progress and recruiting Digimon, getting into battles is a big part of this. Getting into battles is a big part of recruiting Digimon, earning prosperity points, and making progress with the game. And this is a challenge where I have to learn a new technique from every battle that I get into, which could greatly restrict me when it comes to battles that I'm able to win, Digimon I'm able to defeat, and therefore Digimon that I'm able to recruit. I am ideally aiming to reach 100 prosperity points, but that might not be possible. And the reason why I say that is because there's a limited number of techniques that get used in battles by opposing Digimon, and it might not be possible for me to learn a new technique from every battle that I get into. There are 7 natures in total, each containing 8 separate techniques. That's 56 techniques in total. But the Digimon who have to be defeated for game completion, I don't believe that all 56 techniques get used by those Digimon. I think it's less than 56 techniques, and I'm going to have to go about the game where I'm going to learn some techniques from some Digimon, and hopefully have the option to learn other techniques from other Digimon. Because if I get into a battle with a certain Digimon who uses multiple techniques, then I might have to be specific with what technique I learned from that battle, because I might have to learn a specific technique from that battle and then learn one of the other techniques from a different battle, instead of learning one technique from the battle and then realizing that I should have actually learned that technique from a different Digimon, and then realizing that I've shot myself in the foot. I have started off with Agumon, and the very first... I've started off with Agumon, which means that I've started off with Spitfire, and my very first battle is going to be up against the Agumon in the native forest, who uses Spitfire and Sonic Jab, I already have Sonic Jab. Sorry, I already have Spitfire. I don't have Sonic Jab, and I am able to learn Sonic Jab, which means that from the very first battle, the battle against Agumon, I am going to have to learn Sonic Jab from the battle. Okay, so the battle has been won. And I've learned Sonic Jab as well. This Agumon only uses Spitfire and Sonic Jab, which means that in order to defeat the Agumon in accordance to the rules of this challenge, you would have to either learn Spitfire from him or Sonic Jab. And the simplest way to go about that seemed to be to have Agumon as my Digimon, already have Spitfire, and then learn Sonic Jab from him. If I had started with Happy Mushroom. If I had started with Gabumon, then Sonic Jab would have been my starting technique, which meant that I would have had to have learned Spitfire, but I don't think it's possible for Gabumon to learn Spitfire, and I think I would have had to have Digivolved from Gabumon to Tyrannomon, a Digimon who has Sonic Jab as his starting technique, and I think that he can learn Spitfire. So that would have made Agumon's recruitment possible if I'm right about that, but it just seemed a lot more straightforward to just start with Agumon and defeat the Agumon with Agumon and learn Sonic Jab. I am mindful of progress that I want to make while I have Agumon as my Digimon, and I am also mindful of Agumon's potential Digivolutions and the Digimon that I am primarily aiming for. At the moment, my initial priority is on making it to the Cola Point in time in order for me to be able to encounter Colamon and be taken to the tropical jungle. The time at the moment is 6 PM. I think that the last hour in which Colamon is available is 7 PM, which means that I don't exactly have bags of time. I think Colamon first becomes available at about 3 PM. I'm not certain off the top of my head. I think about 3 PM is when he first becomes available, and I think 7 PM is when he is last available, and I'm now heading to the Cola Point, hoping to see to him before he disappears. And I'm gonna be keeping Agumon awake against his will, because of the high amount of work that there is to be done with Agumon and the limited amount of time that there is to see to those things. There's a lot of stuff that I would like to get done with Agumon before Agumon digivolves, and so instead of only making progress during Agumon's active hours when he doesn't want to sleep, and then letting Agumon sleep during his inactive hours, and then only being able to make progress for about half of each day, I have decided that instead I would like to keep Agumon awake against his will, so that I can make progress during his inactive hours as well as his active hours. For each day, I've got about 24 hours available to me in which I can make progress, instead of just, instead of roughly half of that, which is what it would be if I was to let Agumon sleep. And when your Digimon wants to sleep and you don't allow it to sleep, when the clock strikes a new hour, your happiness and discipline will go down, and I think that it will also I think it can also result in your Digimon becoming sick. I think that if it happens a certain number of times, then your Digimon becomes sick. But a way to avoid this problem is to produce an animation when the clock strikes a new hour. And just a moment ago, I produced an animation by scolding my Digimon. There are different ways that you can produce animations. You can, praise your Digimon, you can scold your Digimon, you can feed your Digimon, you can offer your Digimon an item of some sort. And if you, produce the animation when the clock strikes a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep, then it should stop your happiness and discipline from being affected, and it should stop you from becoming any closer to being sick. So by producing the animation, you can avoid the adverse effects. Now, I'm here in the Amida Forest, which is where you recruit Centaurumon, but I haven't just come here to recruit Centaurumon. I've also come here to collect... Okay, well, even as I was speaking, I was about to say that I've also come here to collect a moldy meat and high speed disc, and I've already found those items, so now I can go and recruit Centaurumon straight away. Normally, I don't have quite so much joy with when it comes to grinding the Amida Forest for the items that I'm after. Normally, I don't have quite so much joy, and I have to repeatedly go through the Amida Forest over and over again until eventually finding the items that I'm after, but that time it took just one attempt. I was after a moldy meat and a high speed disc, which I found straight away, and I would have also grinded for a happy mushroom, but I found one in the native forest which stopped me from needing to grind at the Amida Forest for a happy mushroom. When I go to the Amida Forest, the route that I use enables me to get to the exit on the left, and I need to be going to the toilet, don't I? Enables me to get to the exit on the left without being shot, and when I'm grinding for items at the Amida Forest and don't currently have the items that I'm after, what I do is I deliberately pick the incorrect exit so that I get sent back to the start of the Amida Forest, and then I can go through it again in pursuit of the items again. When the exit on the left is an incorrect exit, that for me is great, because I'm able to go to the exit no problem and get sent back to the start of the Amida Forest. If the exit on the left is the correct exit and I still haven't got the items that I'm after, then I will have to pick one of the other two exits, and with the route that I take, going to one of the two other exits does require getting shot. When you get shot, it reduces your maximum HP by half, and if your HP falls to 1 as a result of getting shot, then you get sent back to the start of the Amida Forest, and you then have to recover HP in order to be able to proceed through the Amida Forest again. Once I do have the items that I'm after, I then want the correct exit, and ideally the correct exit would be the exit on the left, so that I can go straight to it without any problems. But if it's not the exit, if the correct exit is not the exit on the left, then I do unfortunately have to get shot. And you saw that because after collecting the moldy meat and the high speed disc, the correct exit was the exit on the right, and although I did reach the correct exit, I did end up getting shot, but fortunately my HP stayed above 1, so I didn't get sent back to the start, and I was able to recruit Centarumon. The reason why I wanted a mouldy meat is for it to be used to make a suitable Digimon sick in Friesland. If you go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather and the Digimon becomes sick, then you get rescued by Frigimon, which is effectively the first step towards recruiting Frigimon, because if you then return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold weather and speak to Frigimon, he will then join the city afterwards. And the easiest way to make a Digimon sick is by feeding it a mouldy meat. So if you go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather, make it sick with a mouldy meat, Frigimon will rescue you, and then that's the first step towards recruiting Frigimon sorted, and then you just need to return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather. So the mouldy meat is to be used to help with recruiting Frigimon. And since I did a lot of training on my first day of having Agumon as my Digimon and didn't allow Agumon to sleep, obviously my tiredness was high, but by resting at the clinic I have managed to reduce my tiredness to 0, and now my energy is perfect. My energy is as high as it can be, my tiredness is as low as it can be. And the reason why I wanted a Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc is because my reason for collecting a Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc is to trade those items with the Moldramons in Friesland. There are 3 Moldramons in Friesland who want to trade items with you. They each have 3 separate items that they want to trade with you, which totals to 9 different items, and if you trade at least 1 of each item with each Moldramon, if you trade at least 1 of all 9 items, then the final Moldramon that you do the final trade with will join the city. So you need to trade 9 items with the Moldramons in order to recruit Moldramon. And Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc are 2 of those items, so by collecting 2 of those items from the Amida Forest, it will help with recruiting Moldramon. I am planning on heading to Friesland soon, so I do have the mouldy meat on me, which I plan to make Agumon sick with, so that Frigimon will rescue us. And I do also have items on me that I plan to trade with the Moldjamons in Friesland. In order for me to be able to get to the Great Canyon without using any glitches, I need to have Yoramon tell me about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon, and in order for Yoramon to mention about the invisible bridge, we need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points, which is what we currently have, but also Yoramon is only active during certain times of the day, and when we returned to the city, we were not within Yoramon's active range, but it is now Yoramon's active range. Yoramon will be in the city, and if we speak to Yoramon, then we will be informed of the invisible bridge, and consequently we will then be able to use the invisible bridge to get from the Great Canyon entrance to the Great Canyon, and then make further progress from there. I would like to rest though, because I have done some more training, and you know, tiredness is something I do want to be cautious of. I don't want to be seeing the sweat bubble. Okay, we rested twice. Both times we were told that we seemed to be a bit tired. So I think that has reduced our tiredness to 0. You know, since we are not going to be letting Agumon sleep, you know, we're not going to be reducing tiredness from sleeping, so we are going to have to be relying on the clinic instead. And even though Yoramon is available, I would like to do a bit more training. Because Yoramon is first available at 7 AM and is last available at 6 PM. So you have to be within the city within that time range in order to be able to speak to Yoramon. You know, you need Yoramon to tell you about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon. You need Yoramon to tell you about the bandits at the Great Canyon. So, you know, it is useful compulsory to speak to Yoramon. I explained that you need a minimum of 6 prosperity points, and every time you recruit a rookie Digimon, you get 1 prosperity point. Every time you recruit a champion Digimon, you get 2 prosperity points. Every time you recruit an ultimate Digimon, you get 3 prosperity points. There, Yoramon has told us about the invisible bridge. And regarding champion Digimon getting you 2 prosperity points, there are 3 exceptions where, well, there are 3 exceptions where there are a total of 3 champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of this they only get you 1 prosperity point, and those 3 Digimon are the 3 Filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon, and Nannymon. We recruited Agumon, who is a rookie Digimon, 1 prosperity point for him. We recruited Betamon, rookie Digimon, 1 prosperity point for him. We recruited Centarumon, champion Digimon, 2 prosperity points for him. We recruited Colamon, champion Digimon, 2 prosperity points for him. And that combines to 6 prosperity points. We don't have Kunamon recruited, which means that we don't have the Kunamon shortcut taking us from the city to the Digimon bridge, so we have to go the long way around instead. And in a challenge like this, we are going to be limited when it comes to what Digimon we are able to battle, depending on who our partner Digimon is. Take Agumon for example, he can learn a handful of fire techniques. I think he can also learn a couple of battle techniques, which means that if we were to get into a battle with Agumon as our Digimon, then we would need to go up against a Digimon who uses a technique that Agumon is able to learn. We won't be able to battle any Digimon if they don't use any techniques that our partner Digimon is able to learn, because this is a challenge where we have to learn a technique from every battle. So we have to, when it comes to battling Digimon in the interest of recruiting them or making progress towards recruitments, we need to have a Digimon who can learn. Our partner Digimon needs to be a Digimon who can learn at least one of the techniques that is going to be used against us by the opposing Digimon. So obviously with Agumon we can't recruit Kunamon because he only uses earth and air techniques, which Agumon can't learn. We wouldn't be able to recruit Palmon because she only uses earth and ice techniques, which Agumon can't learn. And there are many other Digimon who we won't be able to recruit with Agumon due to Agumon's inability to learn a technique from them. And with every Digimon that we digivolve to, they are only going to be able to learn a minority of techniques, which means that they are only going to be able to battle a minority of Digimon, and therefore recruit a minority of Digimon. And I would think it's self-explanatory that unnecessary battles, such as battles against random Digimon, are to be avoided at all costs. Because if I was to get into one of those battles, then I would have to learn a technique from it, and then that would mean having one less. That would then mean knowing one more technique, which would mean one less technique that I can learn from battles, one less technique that I can learn from an important battle, a compulsory battle. And I've included the rule that I'm not allowed to run away from battles, so if I accidentally get into a battle, then I will have to reload, unless I'm able to learn a technique which I wouldn't be harmed from learning. So let's say that there's a technique that doesn't get used by any of the Digimon who I would have to battle in order to reach 100 prosperity points, then, you know, learning the technique from a random Digimon, you know, wouldn't be a problem, but I would much rather just avoid unnecessary battles altogether, have as few techniques as possible so that there are more techniques for me to learn from the battles that matter. And as another rule, although I am allowed to have as many lifespans as I want, and although I am allowed to fade away, I am not allowed to die as a result of running out of lives, because that results in you losing techniques, and that would take a lot of the challenge away from this challenge that I'm doing, because if I was to die as a result of losing all of my lives and then lose a load of techniques, I would then be able to get into battles and relearn techniques that I had already mastered, and it puts me in a position where I'm able to learn the same techniques more than once. I'm able to learn the same techniques from more than one battle, and that would take away from the challenge. So there's a rule that once I master a technique, the technique is to stay for the rest of the challenge. I'm heading towards the Moldramons to do some trading with them, and I'm also hoping to recruit Penguinmon as well. I am, while exploring, I am looking out for items that you can find lying around on the ground, such as Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms, Blue Apples, Ice Mushrooms, etc. And I will comment more on that shortly, but before that we've got the game of curling to get through. Do I have any pegged stones? Yes. Okay, one pegged stone it is. I always think it makes the most sense to use the pegged stones first, because they can't be knocked about. If you use a pegged stone, then wherever the stone finishes, that's where the stone is to remain for the rest of the game. So if you throw a pegged stone and land it on a good spot, then the stone is going to stay on the good spot for the rest of the game. Well, the rest of the individual curling game. So the points would be guaranteed. And then after that, I plan to then use heavier stones first and lighter stones last. The reason for that is because sometimes your opponent will try to knock your stones about. They will try to knock your stones off of good spots. They will try to knock your stones onto bad spots. And the heavier stones are harder to knock about, which means that there's a better chance of your stones successfully staying on good spots and not getting knocked off of the good spots and not getting knocked onto bad spots. The lighter stones, on the other hand, are easier to knock about, creating a bigger risk for them to get knocked off of good spots and onto bad spots. Not only that, but it can also be a good idea for you to knock your opponent's stones off of good spots, knock your opponent's stones onto bad spots, and this is something that the lighter stones are better at. So if I was to want to try and knock my opponent's stones off of a good spot or onto a bad spot, then the lighter stones would be better at this. The heavier stones are harder to knock about, but are not as good at knocking other stones about. And then with the lighter stones, the reverse is true. They are easier to knock about, but better at knocking other stones about. So I like to use my heavier stones first, try and get them onto good spots, and then reserve the lighter stones until later. Ideally, I will aim to just knock them onto good spots as well, but I could, wind up in a position where I need to knock my opponent's stones off of good spots and onto bad spots. I was saying about items, I like to look out for items that you can find lying around. Firstly, because they are useful. They have purposes. Like blue apples boost happiness, ice mushrooms boost discipline, etc. And also, I particularly like to look out for Digimushrooms, because Digimushrooms are another one of the items that can be traded with Moldramons. Just a moment ago you saw me trade a load of Digimushrooms with the Moldramon. I traded the Happy Mushroom first in exchange for a hair grower. Then I traded my Digimushrooms, And so, you know, you have to trade at least one Digimushroom in order for Molgemon's recruitment to be possible. And also, when you do trade Digimushrooms in exchange for trading Digimushrooms, you get medium recoveries, which is a very good trade, because they would cost 500 bits to purchase. They recover your Digimon's HP by 1500, and also medium recoveries are another item that need to be traded with one of the Molgemons, so it's another mandatory item when it comes to recruiting Molgemon. And also, when you trade medium recoveries, you get super defense discs in return, which is also a very good trade, because super defense discs can be sold for 2,000 bits, which is enough money to buy 4 medium recoveries. So, you know, the reason why I'm keen to look out for Digimushrooms is because of the fact that they can be traded for medium recoveries, then traded for super defense discs, then sold for 2,000 bits each. And we've already made some progress with the Molgemons. With one of them, we've already traded a Happy Mushroom and a Digimushroom, leaving just a Super Carrot left to trade. And then with the other 2 Molgemons, we've traded one item with each of them, a high-speed disc with one of them, a medium recovery with the other one. So that's 4 items traded, 4 of the 9 items traded, leaving us with 5 more items to trade. With one of the Molgemons, it's just a Super Carrot that's needed. And then with one of the other Molgemons, it's a Giant Meat and Black Trout. And then with the other Molgemon, it's a Digi-Anchovy and Omni Floppy. We've come to the Gecko Swamp, and quite often you would be keen to defeat the Otamamon to give yourself access to the Volume Villa, but unfortunately the Otamamon only uses ice techniques, which can't be learned with Agumon. That means that we can't defeat the Otamamon with Agumon, because we won't be able to learn a technique by defeating him with Agumon. Yeah, you have to sort of forever be thinking about the Digimon that you've currently got, thinking about the Digimon that you might be able to Digivolve to, the Digimon that you're the techniques that your current Digimon can use, the techniques that your Digimon's potential Digivolutions can use, and you need to be thinking to yourself, you know, which Digimon can I recruit with these Digimon in this lifespan, and you know, which Digimon are out of the question. There are some Digimon who you can recruit without the need of getting into any battles, and those Digimon are very much welcome in this challenge, because they can be recruited with any Digimon. After recruiting Agumon, I recruited Betamon, Colamon and Centauramon without the need of any battling. I then recruited Barkamon and Penguinmon, again without the need of any battling, and now I'm about to recruit Sukamon. Okay, there's Sukamon recruited, and that also didn't require any battling, and I think that that puts us up to 10 prosperity points. We are going to be heading to the Gear Savannah, where Alepmon and Biomon can both be recruited without any battling. That would bring us up to 12 prosperity points. There's Patamon, who you do have to battle, and his recruitment is currently out of the question. And when I'm done with Gear Savannah, I will be travelling through Mount Panorama, and I will encounter Unimon, who I will be able to recruit without any battling. In order to recruit Unimon, firstly you need him to show up at the Mount Panorama, and this requires recruiting Centauramon so that you've got the clinic at the city, and you have to speak to Centauramon after he opens the clinic, so that you are aware of the clinic. That results in Unimon spawning at Mount Panorama, and he's in a bit of a sorry state due to an injury that he's got, and by aiding him, by giving him either a bandage or a medicine or a HP recovery item, or possibly a different item, you then make his injury less bad. You then inform him that there's a clinic in the city, and he then goes to the city, presumably to go to the clinic and get himself treated, and he joins the city as well and works at the item shop, which is also what Biomon does. Biomon works at the item shop as well. But we're not talking about like the mini item shop that was run by Colamon and Betamon. We're talking about a much better item shop, where there's a lot more items that you can purchase. That item shop has been opened already and has replaced the shop that Colamon and Betamon had. And currently Biomon and Unimon are working at the item shop, and there are 4 Digimon who work at the item shop in total, the other 2 being Patamon and Monochromon, who haven't yet been recruited. Even though I can't go to the Volume Villa just yet, I am still purchasing Digimon cards, which I hope will equate to 300 merit points at the Volume Villa, so that I will later be able to purchase the Amazing Rod. Just this secret item shop is only available during the first 15 days of the year, So to me it makes sense to come here when it's available, get the Digimon cards that I need, so that, you know, I've got the cards ready, and when I eventually, well, if I eventually am able to defeat Otamamon under these restrictions and have access to the Volume Villa, then I'll be able to use the Digimon cards to get merit points and then get the amazing rod. Once again, it's 300 merit points that are needed. I'm just trying to work out the current value of my Digimon cards. I'm trying to, you know, the Digimon cards that I've got on me at the moment, I'm trying to work out how many points they would be worth at the Volume Villa, because I need 300 merit points for the amazing rod. But the fact that I have chosen to spend money on these Digimon cards is probably a hint that I am planning on defeating Otamamon and having access to the Volume Villa. 90, 100, 110, 20, 30, 40... sorry, 30, 60, 90, 100, 110, 20, 30, 140, 150, 60, 170, 185, 205, 220, 235, 240, 260, 275, 283, 289, 295, 303. So I've got 3 points more than I need. Just 5, 11, 17, 25, 40, 60, 65, 80, 95, 115, 130, 140, 150, 60, 200, 210, 240, 270, 300. Okay. And, well, from the native forest, Mount Panorama was off limits due to the boulders that are in the way, and there's 2 ways of clearing those boulders. You can go to the lava cave and have the battle against Miramon. That results in the boulders getting cleared, regardless of whether or not you win the battle. So even if you lose the battle against Miramon, the boulders still get cleared. Or you can do things the way that I'm doing them, which is go from the native forest to the Digimon Bridge, to the tropical jungle, to the Great Canyon, to Friesland, to Misty Trees, to the Gecko Swamp, to Gear Savannah, to Mount Panorama, and then by travelling through Mount Panorama and go in and using the path where the boulders would be and going from Mount Panorama to the native forest, the boulders will be cleared, and then you will have a clear path from the native forest to Mount Panorama. If I was to just go through a technique guide, just so you know what Agumon can and can't learn and use, there are 5 fire techniques that he can learn and use, and 2 battle techniques that he can learn and use. The fire techniques are Fire Tower, Spitfire, Red Inferno, Magma Bomb, Heat Laser, and that is it. Out of the battle techniques, he can learn Muscle Charge and Sonic Jab, and that's it. So, regarding getting into battles with Agumon, I can only defeat Digimon who use a technique that Agumon can learn, which he doesn't already have. He started off with Spitfire, then learned Sonic Jab. So that means that out of the battle techniques, the only other battle technique that he can learn is Muscle Charge. And out of the fire techniques, the only remaining ones that he can learn are Heat Laser, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, and Red Inferno. So that's a maximum of 5 more techniques that Agumon can learn. A maximum of 5 more battles that we can get into while we have Agumon as my Digimon. But obviously I will be digivolving from Agumon to a different Digimon, and then there will be different learnable techniques, new learnable techniques. And I've come here to catch a Digianchovy and a black trout, despite the fact that I only have the old rod. I caught a Digianchovy, but instead of keeping the Digianchovy, I would like to use that as bait to try and catch a black trout, because meat works on both Digianchovies and black trouts, and if I was to use meat to try and catch a black trout, then chances are a Digianchovy would take the bait instead, and I would end up catching a Digianchovy. But the Digianchovy is bait that doesn't work on Digianchovies but does work on black trouts, meaning that by using a Digianchovy as bait, I will be able to catch a black trout, and without any interference or complications from the Digianchovies, there's a black trout caught. Now I just need to replace the Digianchovy, which should be easy enough. There you go. And my reason for catching those fish is because they are 2 more of the items that are needed for Moldramon trades. One of the Moldramon wants a Digianchovy, one of the other Moldramons wants a black trout, so that's 2 more of the items that are needed for Moldramon trades. We've already traded 4 items with the Moldramons. If we were to trade the Digianchovy and black trout, then that would bring us up to 6 items, leaving just 3 items, which would be a super carrot, omni floppy, and giant meat. And there might be some delay with those items, because the easiest way to get giant meat is by recruiting Palmon, and she will give you giant meat instead of regular meat. And then you can then use one of those giant meats as a Moldramon trade. And there might also be a delay with the super carrot, because the easiest way to get a super carrot is by recruiting Vegemon, who upgrades the meat farm even further. He gives you sirloins instead of giant meat, but also you can buy super carrots and hawk radishes from him, and so by purchasing a super carrot from him, you can then trade that with the Moldramon who wants a super carrot. And very conveniently, the item that you get in return is an Omni Floppy, which is the item that is needed for the other Moldramon trade. So by getting a giant meat and a super carrot and trading them, we would get an Omni Floppy, which we can then trade with the other Moldramon, and that would then be us done with the Moldramon trading, providing we also trade the 2 fish items. And so we would then have Moldramon's recruit in the bag. We spoke to Yoramon again regarding... Well, we spoke to Yoramon again, and this time we were informed of the bandits. And the reason for that is because the first 2 Olgamon battles is something that does need to be seen to pretty promptly. In fact, the first 2 Olgamon battles need to be seen to while I have Ogumon as my Digimon. So, in other words, the battles have to be seen to before Ogumon Digirolls. And one of the other reasons why I've been keeping Ogumon awake and not letting him sleep is not only so that I can make more progress as a result of him being awake for longer, but also it's in the interest of delaying Ogumon's Digivolution, which also gives me more time to make progress while I have Ogumon as my Digimon. It's just, I know I said that if I was to Digivolve from Agumon to a champion Digimon, then the champion Digimon might be able to learn and use techniques that Agumon can't learn or use. However, it's also possible that there are techniques that Agumon can learn and use that the champion Digimon won't be able to learn and use. And so, because of that, it makes sense to take as much of an advantage of Agumon as much as possible. And I would like to defeat Olgamon at the Great Canyon and the Olga Fortress while I have Agumon as my Digimon, because in those battles, well, in the first Olgamon battle, Spitfire gets used, which we've already got and therefore can't learn. Tremor gets used, which we can't learn. However, Heat Laser, Fire Tower and Magma Bomb get used, and all three of those techniques are techniques that Agumon is able to learn. As for the second Olgamon battle, again, Spitfire and Tremor get used, which we won't be able to learn, because one of those techniques we've already got, and one of those techniques we simply cannot learn with Agumon. Also, Dynamite Kick gets used, which you can't learn with Agumon. But Heat Laser and Fire Tower get used, and I have a feeling that Magma Bomb gets used as well. And that means that from those two Olgamon battles, there are techniques that we would be able to learn by defeating those Digimon with Agumon as my Digimon, and that is something that I am intent on doing, but not right now though. Instead, my priority is to go to Friesland and do more trading with the Moldramons, so I am deliberately falling off the cliff as a way of avoiding Olgamon, and I will delay the Olgamon battle until later on. You can only fall off the cliff once though, so if I was to travel through the Great Canyon again, then there would be no way of avoiding Agumon. If I wanted to go to somewhere like Friesland and wanted to avoid Olgamon, then I would have to I'd have to get to Friesland by taking the long route, which would involve going through Mount Panorama, through to Gear Savannah, Gecko Swamp, Misty Trees, and then Friesland. I am still continuing to look out for items that could be useful, such as Digimushrooms and other items as well. When I return to the Moldramons, I want to make new progress with them by trading the Digi-Anchovy and the Black Trout, and I also want to trade more Digimushrooms for more medium recoveries, as well as trading more medium recoveries for more super defense discs, and then selling the super defense discs for a large profit, and then having even more money which I can then use to buy items that will come in handy, such as small recoveries, medium recoveries, MP floppies, medium MPs, autopilots, meats, etc, etc. Currently, our inventory is full, and in order to be able to do a trade with a Moldramon, you either need to have a space in your inventory, or the item that you are going to receive from trading has to be an item that you've already got in your inventory. We don't have any spaces in our inventory, but we do have medium recoveries, which we will get from trading Digimushrooms, so we should be okay with trading Digimushrooms. Yes, because if it wasn't possible, then he would say too many items. If your inventory was full, and you were to try and do a trade that would result in you getting an item that's not already in your inventory, then the Moldramon would say that you've got too many items. Also, if you were to try and do a trade where you would end up getting an item which is already in your inventory and you've already got 99 of those items, then it won't be possible to do the trade, and the Moldramon will again respond by telling you that you've got too many items. Fortunately, in this instance, we were able to trade our Digimushrooms for medium recoveries, which then created a space in our inventory, making it possible for us to do the rest of the trading. We traded the fish, we are currently trading the medium recoveries. Okay, that is the trading done, and now by returning to the city, I can rake in quite a lot of money by selling the items that, well, the unwanted items that are in my inventory, not just the super defense discs, but other items as well. Hair grower, that can go. Super speed disc, that can go. Super defense discs, they can certainly go. Restore, that can go. Now all of a sudden we have over 150,000 bits, been able to max out small recoveries and medium recoveries. And autopilots. And meat. We're not doing too well regarding MP recovery items. But I will try to see how we get on for now. At the moment, our only technique is Spitfire, which costs just 30 MP, which really isn't a tremendous amount. I mean, 30 MP per Spitfire, so 10 Spitfires is 300 MP, 30 Spitfires is 900 MP, 33 Spitfires is 990 MP, so even if you've got as little as 1000 MP, that's enough for 33 Spitfires, and you would end up getting several finishes from using those Spitfires, because your finish gorge goes up when you strike an opposing Digimon, regardless of whether the attack damages them or they block it. Your finish gorge also goes up when you yourself block attacks. So you're not just dependent on MP and techniques in order to do damage. You know, you're going to get finishes as well. And with the money that I've now got and the ability to repeatedly go to Friesland and do the medium recovery trading, you know, the ability to go to the Moljamons and trade 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs and then selling them at a massive profit, money is a much smaller problem for me, and I'm now less interested in searching for random items, particularly Digimushrooms, because they are now small fry in my mind. You know, collecting Digimushrooms to trade for medium recoveries, to trade for super defense discs, it doesn't really seem that worth it when I can simply buy 99 medium recoveries and trade them for 99 super defense discs and make an enormous profit each time. You know, it wouldn't take too many trips to Friesland before I would end up maxing out on my money. So I am about to enter the Great Canyon, and we no longer have the escape of being able to fall off the cliff. So this time I am going to be battling Olgamon, and it's not just about winning the battle, I also need to learn a technique, and the possible techniques that I can learn, I believe, are Heat Laser, Fire Tower and Magma Bomb, and I don't think it matters which one I learn, as long as I learn one of them. Battle 1, but have I learned anything? Fire Tower. That will do nicely. Before I started this challenge, I did, you know, put quite a bit of planning into it, you know, quite a bit of research into it. You know, trying to work out, you know, all of the battles that I'd have to get into, all of the techniques that would be used from those battles, the techniques that could be learnt from the battles, etc., etc. And from studying, yeah, from the studying that I did, well, I mean, I came to the conclusion that there are some battles where I strictly have to learn one specific technique from the battle, and I also came to the conclusion that there are some battles where I'm able to learn more than one technique, and it doesn't matter like which one I learn, like either way it will work out. And with the first two Olgamon battles, I worked out that Heat Laser, Fire Tower and Magma Bomb are the techniques that can be learned, and that it doesn't matter which of those techniques I learned from the first Olgamon battle, nor does it matter which of those techniques I learned from the second Olgamon battle, as long as I learn, you know, one of the techniques in one of the battles and one of the techniques in the other battle. So 2 battles where I can learn, well, where there's 3 different techniques and I have to learn 2 of them. And Fire Tower is fine, and in the second Olgamon battle, it will have to be either Heat Laser or Magma Bomb that I learn. You know, in the first Olgamon battle, there were 3 potential techniques that I could have learned, but now that I've learned one of them, there's now just 2 potential techniques that I can learn from the second Olgamon battle, and like I said, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't matter which one it is that I learn, but the 2 options are Heat Laser and Magma Bomb, having already learned Fire Tower. And I have to say, the battle against Olgamon did prove to be quite a tough battle, but I suppose that was to be predicted because of how modest my stats are. You know, I really don't have time to be doing loads of training and giving myself loads of good stats, because there's a lot of work to be done, you know, work outside of the gym, so I really haven't got much time for training. So you know, I had to battle Olgamon with very modest stats, and I'm going to have the same problem in the second Olgamon battle. And having limited stats is not going to be a problem that's exclusive to Ogumon. It's going to be a problem throughout this challenge. It's not going to be a problem throughout the whole of the challenge. It's not going to be a problem like 100% of the time, but it is going to be a recurring problem. And after, defeating Olgamon and learning Fire Tower, instead of going to the Olga Fortress, I decided to go to Friesland and trade more medium recoveries for more super defense discs, make more money, and I've now been able to max out on MP recovery items. And I wanted to then save, because whenever I have a battle ahead of me where there's a technique that I need to learn, I always want to save before having the battle, because if I save and have the battle and don't learn the technique, then I can reload and try again. I saved before having the first Olgamon battle, and I did manage to learn Fire Tower, but if I had gone straight to the Olga Fortress and then had the second Olgamon battle, and if I had been unsuccessful with learning a technique, then I would have had to have reloaded from the last save, which would have been before the first Olgamon battle, and then the progress of learning Fire Tower would have gone to waste. But by saving after learning Fire Tower before having the second Olgamon battle, if I was to be unsuccessful with learning a technique, then I can reload and the progress of learning Fire Tower won't be undone because that progress is safe. And when I was at the Great Canyon after defeating Olgamon, instead of simply returning to the city, I decided to go to Friesland to do more trading and make more money. Then return to the city and save. And now I am heading to the Olga Fortress for the second Olgamon battle. The learnable techniques. I know that Heat Laser is a learnable technique, and I think Magma Bomb is as well. Just because I know that Olgamon uses Magma Bomb in the first Olgamon battle, but not the second Olgamon battle, which means that Olgamon isn't going to use Magma Bomb in the second Olgamon battle, but I have a feeling that the Ogumons might use it, which will create the opportunity to learn it. And even if Magma Bomb can't get used or doesn't get used, there is still Heat Laser that can be learned. The Ogumons do use that. Oh yeah, and there's quite a few things that can go wrong regarding our visit to the Olga Fortress. Not just failure to learn a technique from the Olgamon battle, but also the risk of us getting into an unwanted battle and then being forced to reload. And you may have noticed that even though I'm no longer pursuing Digimushrooms, I am still looking out for other items as well, such as like happy mushrooms, blue apples, Dulux mushrooms, ice mushrooms, all things like that. I'm not interested in Digimushrooms anymore, but I am still looking out for other items. And as much as I would have wanted to have collected that double floppy, I was very much under pressure from the Gabumons. Here's the first key bit. We have to avoid these Agumons, and we did, because even though those Agumons are meant to be a mandatory battle, they can be avoided, and by avoiding them, we take away the need of learning a technique from them, which would have been a waste, because we would have learnt a technique that we then wouldn't have been able to have learned from a compulsory battle. And yes, Magma Bomb does get used by the Agumons. I wanted to wait until the Agumons were defeated before using my finish, because I wanted to use my finish against Agumon. Okay, Battle 1. Do I have further good news ahead of me? Heat laser learned. That will do nicely. I made it past the first hurdle of avoiding the 3 Agumons. I made it past the second hurdle of defeating Olgamon and learning one of the fire techniques. But we have another hurdle just ahead of us, which for me is going to be a problem. So I've used the elevator and come here. Now I'm going to use an autopilot and go back to the city and save. And the reason for that is because when I go to the Great Canyon Bridge to recruit Xiaomon, which I am aiming to do, it is crucial that I avoid the Goborimon. The Goborimon who's on the Great Canyon Bridge, who is meant to be a mandatory battle, but can actually be avoided if you use the Goborimon skip. It is crucial that I avoid that Goborimon. It is crucial that I don't battle him. It's crucial that I successfully produce the Goborimon skip and recruit Xiaomon without battling the Goborimon. The Goborimon, I think, uses Spitfire, which we've already got. Winter Blast, which we can't... Well, actually, there's no point in even going into it, because at the end of the day, if I was to battle the Goborimon, then I would end up having to learn a technique, but by avoiding the Goborimon, it saves me from having to learn a technique, meaning that I will have more techniques to learn from other battles. It was crucial that I avoided the 3 Agumons in the Olga Fortress just before the Olgamon battle, because I worked out that all of the techniques that they use are techniques that I am going to need to learn from other battles, you know, compulsory battles. So if I had got into a battle with those 3 Agumons and learned a technique, then that would have resulted in me not being able to make as much progress with the game or the challenge. So by using the Agumon skip, I was able to avoid battling the Agumons, solving the problem, and, you know, stopping me from learning a technique from a battle which technically isn't compulsory, even though it is meant to be compulsory. And I've got the same problem with the Goborimon on the Digimon Bridge. I need to avoid him because I can't be battling him and learning a technique from him, because whatever I learn from him, I would need to learn from a different battle, a battle that actually is mandatory, a battle that would result in me making progress. So I have to avoid the Goborimon the same way that I had to avoid the Agumons to help with making this challenge as successful as possible. And with Agumon as my Digimon, I don't think it's possible to learn any techniques from the Goborimon anyway. He uses Spitfire, which I've already got, Winter Blast, which Agumon can't learn. I think he uses either Sonic Jab or Megaton Punch. Either way, well, we've already got Sonic Jab and can't learn Megaton Punch. He possibly uses Warcry, which we can't learn with Agumon. And even if I could learn one of those techniques, I would be shooting myself in the foot by learning it against Goborimon, seeing as Goborimon can be avoided. I do struggle with the Goborimon skip. I do struggle with avoiding Goborimon, and that's why after having the Olgamon battle and learning Heat Laser, I then returned to the city so that I could save before attempting the Goborimon skip, because if I had just carried on and then failed to avoid Goborimon, then I would have had to have reloaded, and the progress of learning Heat Laser would have been undone. So I went back to the city and saved so that at least the progress of defeating Olgamon for the second time and learning Heat Laser is safe. I wasn't too worried about the Agumon skip in the Olga Fortress, but the Goborimon skip was causing me concern. The chances of me successfully producing the Goborimon skip are slimmer than the chances of me failing at it. I'm more likely to fail at it than to succeed at it. I do struggle at it. I do tend to do a bad job at it. I mash the pause button to slow down my movements to try and help me with pulling it off. And I do pull it off. So I've managed to make it to the Shaomon. I've managed to make it up to Shaomon without getting into a battle with Goborimon. And usually the speedrunners would then challenge the Goborimon and run away from the battle, which would send them back to the elevator that takes you back down into the Olga Fortress. But I can't do that, because that would mean getting into a battle with the Goborimon, and running away from battles is not allowed. So instead I had to carry on through the Great Canyon Bridge to Friesland, and then from Friesland back to the Great Canyon, and then use the other elevator to take me down to the lower part of the Great Canyon, where I can now enter the Olga Fortress this way. So I'm now back in the Ogre Fortress. And I'm glad I was able to get to the portable potty in time. Now I use the elevator to, again, go upwards to this part of the Great Canyon. Now I use the elevator to go back down to the Ogre Fortress, and now Xiaomon has been lowered, and now Xiaomon is safe. Yeah, instead of going back through the Goborimon and then using the elevator to go back down to the Ogre Fortress, I instead went from the Great Canyon Bridge to Friesland, to the Great Canyon, to the lower part of the Great Canyon, to the Ogre Fortress, then using the elevator to go back up, and then immediately taking it back down. And Xiaomon is now ours to recruit if we simply exit the Ogre Fortress by going to the fortress entrance and using the elevator to take us back up to the middle part of the Great Canyon, then go to Friesland, then go to the Great Canyon Bridge. We will be able to recruit Xiaomon, and it would mean recruiting Xiaomon without getting into a battle with the Goborimon. And like I said, we did also avoid the Ogumons in the Ogre Fortress, but that was a lot easier and a lot less complicated. And I hope I'm not going to get into a battle with Weedmons here. I need to produce an animation somehow. I can't offer the super attack disc. I don't want to use the item chips. I'm going to offer the sirloin. Okay. Okay, looks like I've gotten away with it. And I didn't begrudge giving Agumon the sirloin because force feeding Agumon is something that I do actually need to do. I do actually need to put Agumon's weight up, and that's going to require force feeding him, and it's all in the interest of fulfilling the Digivolution that I'm after. I do have a champion Digimon in mind, who is the Digimon that I would like to Digivolve to. And once again, I am now heading back to the Moljamons just to do more trading with them, or rather trade more medium recoveries for more super defense discs. And then you know what's going to happen after that. The super defense discs are going to be sold, and then I'm going to buy more medium recoveries. That's how the process works. You've gotten to know it by now. And according to an online guide, apparently the chances of Agumon learning Sonic Jab were 14%. Apparently the chances of Agumon learning Fire Tower were 25%, and apparently the chances of Agumon learning Heat Laser were 28%. That does it for techniques that I'm planning on learning with Agumon. But if I was to pursue other techniques with Agumon, then Red Inferno I'd have a 20% chance of learning, Magma Bomb I'd have a 22% chance of learning, Muscle Charge I'd have an 8% chance of learning. According to the online resource that I'm going by, or rather one of the online resources that I'm going by. I am going by quite a few online resources. A Digivolution guide, which is very helpful with enabling me to digivolve to the Digimon that I want to digivolve to. A technique guide which shows me the techniques that each individual Digimon is able to learn, and all of the Digimon who are able to learn certain techniques. And then another guide which contains quite a bit of information, and the certain part of it that I'm looking at the moment, or was looking at, was the statistical probability of Digimon learning the techniques that they are able to learn. Oh yeah, and previously I put some of the stuff from my inventory into the item bank, and that was just to make room for the items at the Olga Fortress, because I knew that I was going to be collecting items from the Olga Fortress, and the more space that I had in my inventory, the better. So my weight is currently just 7, and I regret to say that it's going to need to be an awful lot higher than that. But I've got 97 meats, which is a lot more than what I need in order to be able to get my weight into the correct range, but it's not very helpful that Agumon refused the first 2 meats. Okay, he has now taken the next 3 in fact, and I've now speeded the video up because it's not very exciting. It's just me repeatedly force-feeding meat to Agumon, which he is sometimes accepting and sometimes refusing. Okay, his weight is now 40, which is where I want it to be. I mean, the weight requirement for the Digimon that I'm aiming to digivolve to is 35 to 45, although it might be better to have my weight within the range of 36 to 45 instead, because the weight requirement for some of the other Digimon that Agumon is able to digivolve to is 25 to 35. So if my weight was to be bang on 35, then as well as fulfilling the weight requirement that I want to fulfill, I would also be fulfilling weight requirements that I don't want to be fulfilling. Currently there's just 3 articles. I think the number of articles that are available is determined by the number of prosperity points that you've got, as well as other requirements as well. For example, like the second article about a UFO, in order for that article to show up, you have to acknowledge the crop circle at the Mount Panorama, and you possibly need a certain number of prosperity points as well. As for article number 6, which is in regards to Myotismon, I think that in order for that article to show up, as well as needing a certain number of prosperity points, 35 I believe, I think that you also need to have seen to the first part of Grey Lord's Mansion, and need to have also recruited Greymon. And then article number 7 I think shows up after you recruit Skull Greymon from Grey Lord's Mansion. And then for article 8 to show up, I think you have to acknowledge the first crop circle at Mount Panorama, then see the article about the UFO, then return to Mount Panorama, which is what we are doing at the moment, and acknowledge the second crop circle, like this, and then go back to Shalmon's board once you have a certain number of prosperity points. I believe that 45 is the required number of prosperity points. But the Xiaomon's first article, I think you just have to recruit Xiaomon in order for that article to be available. And then with articles 3, 4 and 5, I think you just need a certain number of prosperity points in order for those articles to feature. I don't think there are any other requirements. So now I am training, and I am hoping to digivolve. I've got my weight where it needs to be. I've got my stats where they need to be. And I've got the bonus condition as well. I don't have the care mistake requirement, but I don't need to worry about that. As long as I've got 3 of the conditions, then I will be successful with the Digivolution. Providing I don't also have 3 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon that Agumon can naturally digivolve to. But we are done with Agumon for now. His usefulness is over. Now it's all about digivolving. So I'm training to improve our stats and to pass the time as well. And we are digivolving, and I would now like to let you know that the Digimon that I have been aiming for is Monochromon. And Monochromon is the Digimon that I have gotten. And obviously there are techniques that he is able to learn, some of which are techniques that Agumon was not able to learn. And with Monochromon as my Digimon, I will be aiming to battle Digimon in the interest of making progress with the game, progress with the challenge, progress with recruiting Digimon, and obviously I will have to learn a technique from every battle that I get into. So, you know, I am going to be selective with which Digimon I battle, because I need to battle Digimon who are going to use techniques that Monochromon is going to be able to learn. At the moment, I'm choosing to train instead of immediately move on to getting into battles, because there are, you know, battles that I plan to get into which could prove to be difficult if I don't have adequate stats. So I am, you know, training to try and get my stats better ahead of the battles that I'm planning on getting into. When it comes to Digivolutions, there are 4 conditions which influence Digivolutions. Stats, care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition, and you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements in order to be able to digivolve to the Digimon that you are aiming for. When it comes to but before I begin by talking about the bonus condition, I just want to explain to you why I'm coming here to the Dragon Eye Lake. I'm coming here hoping to catch Seadramon, because we are within it is one of the time slots in which Seadramon shows up at. Okay, we have caught him. Seadramon shows up at 8 AM and 5 PM. It's currently 5 PM, so I came here to catch Seadramon and request friendship from him. We now have the blue flute, which means that we can go to Beetle Land at any time. Even though Seadramon doesn't join the city as such, it still counts as a recruit. You still get 2 prosperity points for him, and I've chosen to go to Beetle Land to recruit Kawagamon. I can't currently recruit Carbolterimon because you need to recruit Greymon first in order to be able to recruit Carbolterimon. But I have at least been able to recruit Kawagamon, and I will return to Beetle Land at a later point in time in the interest of recruiting Carbolterimon, but it will have to be after recruiting Greymon, which is something that hasn't yet been done. I was saying about the bonus condition. The bonus condition can be 5 different things. How full your happiness is, how full your discipline is, how many battles you've gotten into, how many techniques you have mastered, and who your individual Digimon is. And some Digimon have just 1 bonus condition, some Digimon have more than 1 bonus condition, but it doesn't matter how many bonus conditions a Digimon has. You only need to fulfill 1 of the bonus conditions in order to be successful with fulfilling the bonus condition. If you fulfill more than 1 of the bonus conditions, then it will still only count as 1. The bonus condition is just 1 thing, and even though there can be multiple elements to the bonus condition, it doesn't matter if you fulfill 1 of them or more than 1 of them. Either way, it's only going to count as 1, so you have nothing extra to gain by fulfilling more than one of the bonus conditions. And I do want to talk more about Digivolution requirements, except I do need to comment on why I'm coming to the drill tunnel. I have come here to battle the Dremolgemon, and the technique that I am hoping to learn from him is Megaton Punch. In fact, out of the techniques that Dremolgemon uses, I think that Megaton Punch is the only one that Monochromon can learn. Because Dremolgemon also uses Sonic Jab, which we've already got, and Dynamite Kick, which I don't think Monochromon can learn. Okay, Dremolgemon has been defeated, and we have learned Megaton Punch, and if I check my resource, apparently the chances of Monochromon learning Megaton Punch were 13%. And obviously, I'm not, learning all of these techniques on my first try every time. Obviously, I am failing and reloading and retrying, and I've been advised that if you keep reloading and you keep repeating the exact same actions over and over again, then apparently the outcome will be the same. The outcome won't change, and because of that you have to do something differently in order to create the opportunity to produce a different outcome. So, it could mean praising or scolding your Digimon before the battle. It could mean commanding your Digimon differently during the battle. It could mean just having different techniques equipped during the battle. Just anything to try and create a different outcome. And that was why I ended up equipping Heat Laser. I wouldn't normally use it, but when I was defeating the Dromolgemon with Spitfire alone, I wasn't having any joy with learning Megaton Punch, so I kept changing things, and by having Heat Laser equipped as well as Spitfire, I did then succeed with learning Megaton Punch. And like with Agumon, I'm keeping Monochromon awake against his will because there's a lot of work to be done. I want to have as much time as possible to devote to as much work as possible, and I'm continuing to produce animations when the clock is about to strike a new hour while my Digimon wants to sleep. And I'm currently producing the animation by offering Monochromon the blue flute, an item that he will definitely decline, but we will get an animation out of it nonetheless. It's just, you know, you can praise your Digimon to produce an animation, but that would have an adverse effect on your discipline. You could scold your Digimon to produce an animation, but that would have an adverse effect on your happiness. You could feed your Digimon as a way of producing an animation, but you would have to rely on your Digimon wanting to eat at the time of when the animation is needed. Or you could produce an animation by offering your Digimon an item like a small recovery or something, but if the Digimon was to take the item, then you would end up losing the item, and that would be a bit wasteful. But by offering your Digimon something like the blue flute, your Digimon will definitely decline the item, so there's no risk of you losing an item, and it also won't have any adverse effects on your happiness or discipline. And after defeating Dromolgemon, I then made a start on the dirt carrying. I wasn't able to do all of it because my Digimon's tiredness became too high, so I returned to the clinic and rested, and now I'm heading back to the drill tunnel for the rest of the dirt carrying, and it will result in me having access to the lava cave, but I'm not going to be going to the lava cave in this lifespan, because I don't want to battle Miramon in this lifespan with Monochromon as my Digimon. I want to leave Miramon for a different lifespan when I've got a different Digimon. So I want to leave the lava cave until a different lifespan where I have a different Digimon. Now, I was saying about the Digivolution requirements, there's also the stat requirement, and the stat requirement can be just one stat. For example, you might just need like a certain amount of MP, or it could be more than one, you might need a certain amount of HP and a certain amount of speed and a certain amount of brains. And unlike the bonus condition, when it comes to the stats, you have to fulfill all of them. In order to fulfill the stat requirement, in order to digivolve to the Digimon that you want to digivolve to, you have to fulfill all of the stat requirements. There's also the care mistake requirement, where your number of care mistakes has to be either below a certain amount or above a certain amount. And then there's also the weight requirement, where your Digimon's weight has to be within a certain range. So the dirt carrion is done, but I've explained that I've got no intention on going to the lava cave in this lifespan. Dromojamon no longer wants to sleep. It's no longer his inactive period, but his tiredness will be high from the amount of dirt carrying that he did, so I'm going to the Centaur Clinic to rest and reduce Monocromon's tiredness before doing anything else. With Monochromon, the stat requirement was 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains, which I did have fulfilled. The care mistake requirement was a maximum of 3. I didn't have that fulfilled. The weight requirement was 35 to 45. I did have that fulfilled as a result of force feeding Agumon. As for the bonus condition, one of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered. I was not successful with that, but the other bonus condition is for you to have a maximum of 5 battles that I was successful at. So for Monochromon, I had the stats and the weight and the bonus condition, which was enough for me to digivolve to Monochromon despite not having the care mistake requirement. And I'm choosing to spend Monocromon's active hours, or current active hours, to train at the gym and get my stats better. There are quite a lot of other Digimon that Agumon could have digivolved to, as well as Monochromon. There was also Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centaurumon, and Tyrannomon. For Greymon, the care mistake requirement was a maximum of 1. I didn't have that. And the weight requirement was 25 to 35. I didn't have that either, so that alone was enough to rule out Greymon. The stat requirement for Greymon was 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains. One of the bonus conditions was to have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered. The other was for your discipline to be at a minimum of 90% full. Miramon, the weight requirement was 15 to 25. I didn't have that. the bonus condition, one of them was to have a minimum of 28 techniques mastered. The other was for you to have had a minimum of 10 battles. So I wasn't successful with either of the... I wasn't successful with the bonus condition. You know, I failed at both elements of the bonus condition. I didn't have the weight requirement either, so that was enough to rule out Miramon. The care mistake requirement for Miramon was a minimum of 5, and the stat requirement for Miramon was 100 attack. As for Birdramon, the weight requirement is a minimum of 15 to 25. I didn't have that. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements. One of them is to have Biomon as your Digimon. The other is to have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered. So I wasn't successful with the bonus condition. That was enough to rule out Birdramon. The care mistake requirement was a minimum of 3. The stat requirement was 100 speed. As for Centaurumon, the weight requirement was 25 to 35. We didn't have that. Okay, I've chosen to let Monochromon sleep just because I want to devote more time to training and getting better stats before moving on to anything else. In other words, before moving on to getting into battles and making progress towards recruiting Digimon. So Centaurumon, the weight requirement, 25 to 35, didn't have that. The care mistake requirement was a maximum of 3. I didn't have that. That was enough to rule out Centaurumon. The stat requirement was 100 brains. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. One of them is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. And then that leaves Tyrannomon. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 5. I wasn't successful with that. Weight requirement, 25 to 35. I wasn't successful with that. So that was enough to rule out Tyrannomon as well. The stat requirement was 1000 HP and 100 defense. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. One is to have a minimum of 28 techniques mastered. The other is to have a maximum of 5 battles. So you can see by having my weight where it was, I was fulfilling the weight requirement for Monochromon only, and not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of the other Digimon, which meant that in order for it to be possible for me to have digivolved to any of the other Digimon, I would have needed all 3 of their other requirements, but that wasn't the case for any of them. I didn't have the care mistakes for Monochromon, but, you know, the weight plus the stats plus the bonus condition was enough for me to digivolve to Monochromon. Regarding techniques, according to my guide, it's possible for Monochromon to learn Prominence Beam, which we don't currently have, Spitfire, which we do have, Red Inferno, which we don't currently have, Heat Laser, which we do have, Meltdown, which we don't currently have, Tremor, which we don't currently have, Counter, which we don't currently have, Megaton Punch, that we do have, Moss Shield that we don't have, Insect Plague that we don't have, and Green Trap that we don't have. And the Miramon in the Lava Cave, I believe he uses Dynamite Kick, which Monochromon can't learn, plus Heat Laser, plus Magma Bomb, which Monochromon also can't learn, as well as Heat Laser, which we already have. So when battling Miramon, I would have to learn either Magma Bomb or Dynamite Kick, and both of which are techniques that Monochromon can't learn. But I do have Digimon in mind, Digimon to be recruiting, battles to be getting into, and I obviously am going to be getting into battles with the Digimon who Monochromon can learn techniques from, and obviously not the Digimon who used, and obviously not the Digimon who Monochromon can't learn techniques from. You can probably tell that training at the Green Gym is my initial priority. At some point I probably will keep Monochromon awake against his will, so that I will be making progress during his inactive hours as well as his active hours. It's just that at the moment I want to focus on my stats, and even though we don't have all of the time in the world, I am, I do have in mind Monochromons life expectancy, as well as the things that I plan to do with Monochromon, the things that I need to do with Monochromon, and I'm calculating that it will be okay to do the training that I'm doing, that I will have, that even with the training that I'm doing, I will still have enough time to do everything with Monochromon that I plan to do. Obviously, it is possible for Monochromon to digivolve. There are ultimate Digimon that he can naturally digivolve to, but I don't actually want to digivolve to them. The Digimon that he can digivolve to are Metal Greymon and Metal Mummemon, and I don't want to be successful with digivolving to either of these Digimon. With Metal Greymon, the stat requirement is 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, and 300 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10, the weight requirement is 60 to 70, and the bonus condition has 3 elements. One of them is to have a minimum of 30 techniques mastered, one of them is to have a minimum of 30 battles, one of them is for your discipline to be at least 95% full. So out of those 4 conditions, I can't afford to fulfill 3 of them. I can only fulfill a maximum of 2 of them, or else I will digivolve to Metal Greymon, which I don't want to happen. As for Metal Mummemon, the stat requirement is 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 15. The weight requirement is 5 to 15, and the bonus condition has 2 elements. One of them is for you to have a minimum of 30 techniques mastered. One of them is for, and the other is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 95% full. Once again, I can't fulfill any more than 2 of these conditions because I don't want to be digivolving from Monochromon to Metal Mummemon the same way that I don't want to be digivolving from Monochromon to Metal Greymon. You don't have to worry straight away though, because you do need to have a Digimon for a certain amount of time before it can digivolve. Even if you are fulfilling 3 of the conditions, or even 4 of the conditions for a Digimon, it won't be able to digivolve until a certain amount of time has elapsed. And if you haven't had the Digimon for long enough, then it won't digivolve. When it comes to baby Digimon, you need to have them for 6 hours before they digivolve to an in-training Digimon. With in-training Digimon, you need to have them for 24 hours before they will digivolve to a rookie Digimon. As for rookie Digimon, you need to have them for 3 days before it's possible for them to digivolve to a natural champion Digimon. But before I comment more on that, I feel like I should let you know that I am about to battle Greymon, and the technique that I am hoping to learn from Greymon is Red Inferno, which I have a 20% chance of learning. I think Greymon also uses Magma Bomb and Dynamite Kick, both of which are techniques but Monochromon is not capable of learning. Greymon defeated. Red Inferno learned. And with Greymon recruited, if we were to return to Beetle Land, then we would be able to add Carboterimon to the list of recruited Digimon. As I was saying, rookie Digimon, you need to have rookie Digimon for 3 days in order for it to be possible for them to digivolve to one of their natural champions. However, if you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for a rookie Digimon to digivolve to one of its natural champions, then the rookie Digimon will digivolve to Numamon once 4 days have gone by. So if you want to digivolve to a natural champion and 3 days have gone by and you don't have enough of the requirements in order to digivolve to a natural champion, then you have between then and day 4 to fulfill enough of the requirements. Yeah, you have until 4 days have elapsed in order to fulfill enough of the requirements if you want to digivolve naturally and avoid Numamon. And then when it comes to champion Digimon, you need to have them for a minimum of 6 days in order for them to be able to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. But obviously you will need to have 3 of the requirements met in order for the digivolution to be possible, and if you don't meet the criteria in order for a champion Digimon to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, then you won't digivolve and you will fade away as a champion. The evolution counter can be a bit misleading, a bit unreliable, a bit inaccurate, and the reason why I say that is because when your Digimon sleeps, the number of hours that the evolution counter goes up by isn't always the same as how many hours actually go by when you sleep. The number of hours that you sleep for can be different to how many hours the evolution counter goes up by. I mean, when your Digimon is active and doesn't want to sleep, then for every hour that goes by, the evolution counter goes up by an hour. But when your Digimon sleeps, it's different. When a baby Digimon sleeps, the evolution counter goes up by 1 hour, and conveniently baby Digimon can only sleep for 1 hour, so that's straightforward enough. When in training Digimon sleep, the evolution counter goes up by 3 hours, but in training Digimon don't always sleep for 3 hours. Typically they can sleep for as much as 4 hours, but like if you let your Digimon sleep as soon as it wants to sleep, then it is possible for an in-training Digimon to sleep for 4 hours, but the evolution counter would only go up by 3 hours. And also, if you were to keep an in-training Digimon awake against its will, then it would be possible to, well, not let it sleep at all, and in which case I think the evolution counter would be accurate, because the number of hours that would have gone by, I think, would be the number of hours that the evolution counter would go up by. But if you were to keep your Digimon awake against its will, and then let it keep your in training Digimon awake against its will, and don't let it sleep until a later hour, let's say not let it sleep until the final hour, so that then it only sleeps for 1 hour, the evolution counter would still go up by 3 hours, even though you only slept for 1 hour. And then with Rookie Digimon and Champion Digimon, I think the evolution counter goes up by 9 hours when they sleep. If you let them sleep straight away, then they might sleep for more than 9 hours, but the evolution counter will still only go up by 9 hours. And if you keep your Digimon awake against its will, then for each hour that goes by, the evolution counter will go up by an hour, and then if you let your Digimon sleep, then the evolution counter will go up by 9 hours, even if that's not how long your Digimon slept for. Let's say you have a rookie Digimon who wants to sleep, and you keep it awake against its will and don't let it sleep until the very last hour, and so you end up only sleeping for 1 hour, the evolution counter will still go up by 9 hours, which is 8 hours more than how long you slept for. So the point I'm making is that letting your Digimon sleep at the earliest opportunity can result in delays with your Digimon digivolving, because the hours on the evolution counter might be less than how many hours you've actually had the Digimon for. Whereas if you were to keep your Digimon awake against its will, and not let it sleep until later on, then you would end up digivolving sooner than if you were to let your Digimon sleep straight away. The fastest way to speed up your Digivolution is by only letting your Digimon sleep for 1 hour. Keep your Digimon awake against its will until the next hour is the hour that the Digimon is due to wake up on. Put your Digimon to sleep. It will sleep for 1 hour, but the evolution counter will go up by more than 1 hour. If it's an in-training Digimon, then it'll go up by 3 hours, I think. And if it's a rookie Digimon or a champion Digimon, then I think that it will go up by 9 hours. So with in-training Digimon, every time they sleep, it's possible for the evolution counter to go up by 2 hours more than how long you actually slept for. And with rookie Digimon and champion Digimon, it's possible for the evolution counter to go up, well, when you sleep, when a rookie Digimon sleeps or a champion Digimon sleeps, I think that it's possible, if you don't let them sleep until, the very last hour, then I think the evolution counter will go up by 8 hours more than how long you actually slept for, how long you actually had the Digimon for.
And if you think about when I had Agumon as my Digimon, and I was keeping him awake against his will, so that I was having more time to devote to other stuff, I ensured that I kept him awake the whole time, so that the evolution counter was accurate, and I didn't let him sleep when he had I didn't let him sleep when he would have only slept for 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, because then the evolution counter would have gone up by 9 hours from letting him sleep, and that would have speeded up the Digivolution, not to mention that the hours spent sleeping would have been wasted. So, I kept Agumon awake the whole time to have more time to devote to the work that needed to be done, as well as trying to keep his evolution counter down. Because remember, if I had let Agumon sleep, then I think the evolution counter would have gone up by 9 hours, regardless of how long he actually slept for. But by just keeping him awake, the evolution counter was entirely accurate, because if you keep your Digimon awake for 24 hours, then I think that the evolution counter will go up by 24 hours. But if you don't keep your Digimon awake for 24 hours, and you instead keep it awake for X number of hours, and let it sleep for X number of hours, then there can be an inconsistency with, how long you've had the Digimon for, and what the evolution counter says. If I had kept Agumon awake for 23 hours, and then let him sleep for 1 hour, then I would have gotten the evolution counter would have gone up by 23 hours from the 23 hours that he was awake and active for, and then for that 1 hour that was spent sleeping, I think the evolution counter would have gone up by 9 hours, taking it from 23 hours up to 32 hours, instead of going from 23 hours to 24 hours, which I think is what did happen by not letting him sleep and keeping him awake. Now, what I'm doing now is going to the Dino region. I'm going to be battling Tyrannomon, and I'm hoping to learn Tremor. Apparently, Monochromon has an 8% chance of learning Tremor, which isn't great by any means, but it is still possible. I think Tyrannomon also uses Buster Dive, which can't be learnt with Monochromon, Warcry, that can't be learnt from Monochromon, and Megaton Punch, which we already have. We learned it from Dremolgemon. So, from the looks of things, Tremor is the only technique that can be learned from Tyrannomon. Battle 1. Tremor learned, and ironically, despite the fact that I only had an 8% chance of learning it, I actually got that on my first try, which I really was not expecting. And after defeating Tyrannomon, the plan now is to go to Meteormon, and I've timed things specifically because I want Monochromon to want to sleep when I make it to where Meteormon is, because I want to sleep before battling Meteormon, because I would like to save before battling Meteormon, and the reason for that is because I would like to learn Meltdown from Meteormon. And like I said previously, you know, I want to always be saving before getting into battles, so that if I'm not successful with learning a technique, then I can reload and try again. I think Meteormon, well, apparently I've got a 14% chance of learning Meltdown, which is a bit better than the 8% that I had of learning Tremor, but still not great. I believe that Meteormon also learns Magma Bomb, which from the looks of things can't be learned from Monochromon, plus Megaton Punch, which we've already learned, and I think he uses Tremor as well, which is the technique that we have just learned from Tyrannomon. So it looks like Meteormon is the only technique that... It looks like Meltdown is the only technique that we can learn from Meteormon with Monochromon, and that is the technique that I am aiming to learn, obviously. Statistically, the chances are not great, but, you know, we had an even lower chance of learning Tremor, and I think I got that on my first try. You know, 14%, it's not great, but it is still possible, and if I'm unsuccessful, then it really shouldn't be hard to just reload, and when I do reload, I'll be right next to Meteormon, you know, I'll be able to challenge him again straight away with what would be another attempt to learn Meltdown. I can't defeat Meteormon yet, because Meltdown hasn't been used yet. I need Meltdown to be used before I can defeat Meteormon. And I'm not recovering MP because I'm thinking that I might have my... Okay, there it is. I was just saying that I might have my finish before Meltdown gets used. So I'm keeping my distance, waiting for Meltdown to get used. One of the good things about having either the distance command or the defensive command is that you're able to stop yourself from defeating a Digimon if they haven't yet used a technique that you need them to use. You can wait until the technique gets used before you defeat them. Ah, there it is. So we've got past the first hurdle. And we've learned Meltdown as well, which was the second hurdle. And there is a bit of text that I do have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. There it is. I went through that bit of text slowly to prevent my game from freezing. But I edited the video and speeded it up so that it was only brief for you viewers. I don't just have that problem when speaking to Meteormon, I also have the same problem when speaking to Leomon in Gear Savannah, as well as when speaking to Devimon at Greylord's Mansion and at Mount Infinity. And interestingly, I think I learned Meltdown on my first try as well, which I really was not expecting. I really was not expecting... Well, when it came to Tremor and Meltdown, I wasn't expecting to learn either of them on my first try, let alone learn both of them on my first try. You know, succeed at something where I had an 8% chance, then succeed at something where I had a 14% chance. I'm not sure what the odds were on that happening, but it certainly wasn't likely. So, you know, I'm very surprised, and in a good way, of course. And, well, after defeating Meteormon, we were then able to return to Tyrannomon and recruit Tyrannomon. And after recruiting Tyrannomon, it will now be possible to encounter Nanimon at the Dino region. He will be on the exact same spot that Meteormon was on. So same area as Meteormon, same spot as Meteormon. There he is. When you encounter him for the first time, he drops the very handy key accessory, which enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10. There are 5 locations that you can encounter Nannymon at. I explained about the value of encountering him for the first time because of the key accessory that he drops. You don't gain anything extra from encountering him the second time or the third time or the fourth time, but the 5th time he drops another accessory which enables you to carry 30 items instead of 20, and he joins the city as well. There's no pop-up saying Nannymon joins the city, but he does join the city, and if you speak to Digimon after encountering Nannymon at all 5 of his locations, then Digimon will mention that Nannymon joins the city. He doesn't have a useful purpose, he just stands in the item bank behind Agumon, and if you position yourself, then it is possible to see Nannymon in the item bank. You know, if you stand in the right position, then you can see Nannymon in the item bank, but you can't talk to him, and he doesn't serve any sort of useful purpose. And this is the bit where we go back to training. And while I have Monochromon as my Digimon, I can think of 2 other Digimon that I would like to recruit. One of the recruitments doesn't require any battling, whereas the other recruitment does require a battle, and therefore I would have to learn a technique from the battle, and the battle doesn't take place in the city. It takes place a fair distance from the city, especially if you don't have the Kunamon shortcut, which we currently don't. Well, you'll remember that with Meteormon, I went to where Meteormon was while Monochromon wanted to sleep, so that I was able to sleep and save just before the battle, so that if I didn't learn Meltdown, then I would be able to reload and try again. And I am using that same tactic with the next Digimon who I plan to battle. I plan to go to where the Digimon is while Monochromon wants to sleep, so that I can sleep and save just before the battle, and if the battle doesn't end with me learning the technique that I'm after, then I can reload and the Digimon will be pretty much right next to me, and I'll be able to challenge the Digimon again. The Digimon in question is Birdramon, who is located at the Great Canyon. If you defeat Birdramon in a battle, then she joins the city. So, you know, I'm after her recruitment, and I need to defeat her in order to recruit her. And the technique that I need to learn from the battle is Prominence Beam. Prominence Beam is the only technique that Birdramon uses, and therefore Prominence Beam is the only technique that you can possibly learn from fighting Birdramon. And I'm going to be fighting with Monochromon, and apparently the chances of me learning Prominence Beam are 17%. Which is small enough in order for our attempts to learn Prominence Beam to potentially be frustrating. So I'm sure you can understand my desire to go to the Great Canyon and sleep next to Birdramon's nest, so that if I am unsuccessful with learning Prominence Beam, and if it takes a lot of tries to learn Prominence Beam, then when I reload, I'll pretty much just have to take a few steps and I'll immediately be challenged by Birdramon, instead of saving in Gigimon's house and having to travel all the way from the city to where Birdramon is. But remember, I don't have the Kunamon shortcut, so I'd have to go through the native forest to Kunamon's bed, to the Digimon Bridge, to the tropical jungle, to the Great Canyon entrance, to the Great Canyon, then have the elevator take us here. Monochromon doesn't want to sleep just yet, so we're just going to need to loiter for a bit and wait until he does want to sleep. Okay, he does want to sleep. well, there's going to be no trouble with Prominence Beam getting used, because it's the only technique that Birdramon can use. And I don't think the battle's going to be too much trouble either. The problem is being successful with learning Prominence Beam. Birdramon went down easily enough, and we got there with learning Prominence Beam. So this is the point where Birdramon takes us back to the city and has joined the city, which means that we now have the Birdra transport, which is a handy thing if I do say so myself, and it looks like Tainamon can't give us meat because we've already got 99 meats. The other recruitment that I have on my mind, even though it doesn't involve a battle, which will spare us from the frustration of having to learn a technique from a battle. I regret to say that it could still prove to be a frustrating recruit. Reason being, the Digimon that I have in mind is Monochromon. Monochromon is consistently, well, when it comes to you know, playing this game and recruiting Digimon, Monochromon is consistently the worst recruit for me. And the reason for that is because I hate the Monochromon shop minigame. I always dread the Monochromon shop minigame. I always dread recruiting Monochromon. So even though in a challenge like this, it's a good thing to have recruits that don't require battles, it does nothing to change the fact that I still dread the Monochromon shop minigame. I do have general tactics when doing the Monochromon shop minigame, but it doesn't really change the fact that it's still a pain, it's still a struggle, I still have to rely on luck. And is Monochromon's appetite not going to kick in today? Well, no problem, because I want to avoid digivolving to one of Monochromon's natural Digievolutions, and the weight range for Metal Greymon is 60 to 70. I remember seeing it in the low 60s not long ago, but we've gone to the toilet a couple of times since then and haven't fed Monochromon, so that would have put our weight down to not being within the range for Metal Greymon, and we also don't have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon either. I mean, MP alone had to be 3000, and our MP is a drift of that. As for Metal Mummemon, the weight range is 5 to 15, we are well above that. And then the stats, I think it was 500 attack, and then 400 defense, speed and brains. We definitely have not got all of those. Yeah, we definitely have not got the stat requirement for Metal Mummemon or the weight requirement, and we can say the same about Metal Greymon. And my general sort of, when it comes to the Monochromon shop minigame, I find that Goborimons are generally the most easygoing customers, so when they ask for a medicine or a portable potty, I try and raise the price the whole way. So I try and raise the price by 5 steps, because you can raise the price by 5 different steps. So by raising the price by 5 steps, you're raising the price to the maximum. That's what I try and do with Goborimon when he asks for a medicine or a portable potty. Gotsumon I find to be less easygoing, so I try and raise the price by 2 steps when he asks for a medicine or a portable potty. Weedmon I find to be the least easygoing customer, and I try and raise the price by 1 step when he asks for a medicine or a portable potty. And then Muchomon, in my experiences, is completely unpredictable, and so I tend to just raise the price to the maximum when he asks for a medicine or a portable potty, because regardless of how much I raise the price by, or whether I even do raise the price, the response that I get from Muchomon seems to be the same, you know, whether he agrees to the price and pays for it, or chooses to storm off. yeah, it seems to be... It doesn't seem to be affected by, you know, what price I charge. So I just think, you know, if the price isn't going to make any difference, I might as well just charge the maximum so that if he does agree to the sow, then I make the most profit. And then when it comes to meat, I tend to just maintain the regular price because meat is worth such a tiny amount of money that I don't think it's worth trying to raise the price. I just keep the regular price. But when it comes to the items that are worth more money, the portable potties and the medicines, especially the medicines, that's when I do try to raise the price, because you know, it can make a reasonable difference with the portable potties and a massive difference with the medicines. And in order for Monochromon to join the city, you have to make a certain amount of profit, which is somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. So if you get a profit of 3,100 or more, then it's a guarantee that Monochromon will join the city. And although I do have general tactics, you know, general guidelines, I can still make exceptions. Like if I'm like 100 bits away from reaching the target and I've got a Goborimon who's my final customer, and I will reach, and he's asking for like a medicine, and I will reach the target by maintaining the same price, then I'll just maintain the same price and have a much better chance of making the sow and then succeeding, rather than try and raise the price to the maximum and then generate a much bigger risk of the of him storming off and then me failing at the mini game. So obviously the more you charge, the more profit you'll make from a sow, but at the same time, the more you charge, the bigger the risk of the customer storming off, and you then not making any money from that customer, and it also results in you having one less customer overall. For every customer that storms off, you then end up with one less overall customer. So one customer storming off will mean having one less customer, so you'll have 19 customers instead of 20. If 5 customers storm off, then you'll have 15 instead of 20, because you've got a maximum of 20 customers, 10 in the first half, 10 in the second half. But obviously a customer storming off will lose you a customer each time it happens. And I am at the target, so now I'm just maintaining the price just to try and speed up the tail end of the shift. Just want to be done with this as quickly as possible. Okay, that's us done with the customers, so Monochromon will now join the city, and the the Digimon who I dread recruiting turned out to be easy in this instance. It took me just one attempt to recruit him, and my weight fell to 47, which I'm very pleased about. But feeding Monochromon is putting it back up. But using the toilet and sleeping will put weight back down. I think this will put his weight to 51. Okay, now 52. Okay, 52 it is, but we're going to lose weight from using the toilet and sleeping. Right, well, we can go back to the city and do more training, and the training will be in the interest of increasing my stats, particularly my attack. That is something which is on my mind, and it will also be, well, as well as that, I will also have Monochromon's Digivolution on my mind. And that might sound strange, because I was previously saying that I don't want Monochromon to digivolve to Metal Greymon or Metal Mumemon, and that is still the case. I do not wish to digivolve to either of those Digimon. I do not wish for Monochromon to digivolve to either of those Digimon. Instead, I want Monochromon to digivolve to Vadermon. Vadermon is a Digimon that any champion Digimon can digivolve to, but not naturally. Champion Digimon can only digivolve to Vadermon via a special Digivolution, and the requirement is to praise or scold your champion Digimon once you have had it for 10 days or more. And if you praise or scold your Digimon, then I think there's a 50% chance of it digivolving to Vadermon once the 10 days have elapsed. And if you praise or scold your Digimon and it doesn't digivolve, then if you simply keep praising and keep scolding, then you should eventually digivolve, because every time you praise or scold your Digimon, you will have a 50% chance of it digivolving to Vadermon if it's a champion Digimon and if it's been 10 days or more. So praise or scold, 50% chance it will digivolve. If it doesn't, praise or scold again, there'll be a 50% chance of it digivolving. If it doesn't, praise or scold again, and if you just keep doing it, then eventually you should digivolve. And obviously having a champion Digimon for 10 days is quite a long time, And because of that, I am eager to try and speed up the Digivolution, try and speed up Monochromon Digivolving to Vadermon, and because of that, I am going to be doing something which I've mentioned earlier in this challenge, and that's that I am going to keep Monochromon awake 23 hours a day. I am going to keep him awake against his will, and I'm not going to let him sleep until the hour before the hour that he is due to wake up on. That way the evolution counter will go up by 9 hours every time he sleeps, even though I'll only be sleeping for 1 hour. So in the 24-hour period, the evolution counter will be going up by 32 hours. So that is something that I'm going to be doing to try and speed up Digivolving to Vadermon, keep Monochromon awake against his will until it's the hour before the hour that he's due to wake up on, then let him sleep, be awake for all the other hours, and the evolution counter will go up more quickly than it should. You know, the number of hours that will go by in each day will be less than the number of hours that the evolution counter will go up by, and so I will end up needing to have Monochromon for less than 10 days in order for him to be able to digivolve to Vadermon, because every day I am I think going to be getting an extra 8 hours, because I think the evolution counter will go up by 32 hours every 24 hours, so every day the evolution counter will go up by 8 hours more than it should do, I think. And if that's right, then I think that in 3 days the evolution counter will go up by 4 days, meaning that for every 3 days we'll be getting an extra day. So it will help with digivolving to Vadermon more quickly. Very often, having a champion Digimon for 10 days will be too much of a problem, because it will fade away before the 10 days are up, and you would end up needing to either prolong the Digimon's lifespan, most likely with something like Digi-Seabasses, or you would need to do the trick that I'm doing, which will result in your Digimon digivolving sooner than they are meant to. And if you do it from the very start, then you'll go from a baby Digimon to an in-training Digimon at the same speed as normal, but you'll go from an in-training Digimon to a rookie Digimon more quickly. You'll go from a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon more quickly. And then having a champion Digimon for 10 days will be up more quickly. And hopefully you'll be able to Digivolve to Vadermon before your champion Digimon fades away, and without the champion Digimon digivolving to a different Digimon, providing that Vadermon is specifically the Digimon that you are after, and you don't want your champion Digimon to be digivolving to a different ultimate Digimon instead. There are battles that I do plan to get into with Vadermon as my Digimon, battles that I plan to win, which will result in recruitments or make progress towards recruitments. Obviously, I will have to learn techniques from these battles, which I have accounted for. And, well, with me only sleeping for 1 hour each day, 1 hour during a 24-hour period, I'm going to have to rely on the clinic to keep my tiredness down. I am going to need to be resting at the clinic in order to keep my tiredness down and prevent the sweat bubble from showing up. I believe that Monochromon wakes up at 4 AM each morning, which means that we will want him to go to sleep at 3 AM each morning. It's currently 11 PM, so 4 hours until 3 AM. So we've got time to rest before needing to sleep. And when I think about the battles that I plan to get into when I will have Vadermon as my Digimon, I would like my attack to be high as realistically possible, and that's why at the moment attack is the stat that I am training with Monochromon as my Digimon. If I can be successful with digivolving to Vadermon, then I will get a stat boost when I digivolve, and between now and then I am training attack, and if I digivolve to Vadermon, then I can continue to train my attack if I so wish. And I think I possibly have attack chips in the item bank, although I'm not certain about that. I've definitely got some item chips in the item bank. By training attack, I am also putting my speed up as well. And the reason why I'm focused on my attack is because if I digivolve to Vadermon, then I think that Metal Splinter will be the only technique that I will have, which isn't a very good technique. And that means that I'm going to have to be winning battles with Metal Splinter, or at the very least I'm going to have to win my first battle with Metal Splinter. So to try and help with the fact that Metal Splinter isn't a very good technique, isn't a very powerful technique, I'm trying to get my attack high, as a way of trying to, make up for the lack of attack that Metal Splinter has. On your very first lifespan, I think that you are probably more likely to be able to digivolve to Vadermon because you start off with a rookie Digimon at the age of 0, which means that you can have a champion Digimon at the age of 3, which gives you about 11 or 12 days before you would fade away, providing you've been a good tamer. And because of that, you should, hopefully be able to have the champion Digimon for long enough in order to be able to digivolve to Vadermon. But once again, you would have to avoid digivolving to the champion Digimon's natural ultimates if Vadermon is the Digimon that you are after. When it comes to other lifespans which are no longer your first lifespan, it would be harder to digivolve to Vadermon because you would begin as a baby Digimon at the age of 0, and it would roughly take 30 hours for you to digivolve to a rookie Digimon, 6 hours with the baby Digimon, and then roughly 24 hours with the entraining Digimon. I say roughly because of the inaccuracy that the evolution counter can have. So the point I'm making is by the time you have a rookie Digimon, depending on how late into the day it was when your baby Digimon hatched from an egg, when you digivolve to a rookie Digimon, you would either be 1 or 2, and then by the time you digivolve to a champion, you would be 4 or 5, and then you're very much limiting yourself to be able to have the champion Digimon for 10 days, given that champion Digimon typically fade away when they are about 14 or 15, and that's if you've been a good tamer. I mean, in my experiences, even when being the best tamer that you could possibly be, see to all of your Digimon's needs, don't have a single care mistake, don't do anything to shorten your Digimon's lifespan, the most that I've ever managed to get a champion Digimon to live to without the use of items that extend your Digimon's lifespan is 15, and when I say 15, when the Digimon has faded away at the age of 15, it's been early into the day, so it's not like they've been, you know, close to being 16. You know, they've been like either like 15 exactly or 15 plus like the matter of a few hours. So in regards to Digivolve into Vadermon, I think that it would be most plausible if you either prolong your Digimon's lifespan, or you speed up your Digimon's Digivolutions, which is what I'm doing. And I am also keeping my eye on my weight, because I can't have it get within the range of 60 to 70. Otherwise, I think I would Digivolve to Metal Greymon. Or at least there would be a risk of me Digivolving to Metal Greymon. So I'm monitoring my weight, keeping it under 60. And I don't think I have any food items on me which cause your Digimon's weight to go down. So if my Digimon was to be hungry and my weight was to be dangerously close to 60, then I think I would have to not feed my Digimon and stop my weight from going up that way. It would count as a care mistake, which would probably shorten my lifespan a tiny bit, but I think it will be okay because of how much I'm speeding up the evolution counter. And keeping Monochromon awake against his will like I'm doing is a care mistake. Like, I have a feeling that if you don't let your Digimon sleep on the very first hour in which it wants to sleep, then I think that is classed as a care mistake. You know, if your Digimon wants to sleep, but you don't let it sleep until a later hour, then I think that's a care mistake. But I think it only counts as one care mistake. And in which case, I would hope that what I'm doing with keeping Monochromon awake against his will, you know, if it is going to shorten his lifespan, I hope it's only by a tiny amount, and the 8 extra hours that I'm getting, you know, I'm hoping that that will more than make up for any lifespan that I might be losing from living the way that I'm living. Just not feeding your Digimon counts as a care mistake. Your Digimon messing on the floor counts as a care mistake. But if you sleep when your Digimon wants to eat, or needs the toilet, then I don't think that it does count as a care mistake, even though you still failed to feed your Digimon and your Digimon still messed on the floor. I mean, the virus scourge will still fill up from messing on the floor, but I don't think it will count as a care mistake. But if your Digimon wants to eat and you train at the gym, and from training you if you fail to feed your Digimon as a result of training, like if your Digimon wants to eat and your Digimon is giving you the food bubble and you then train, and then after you train your Digimon is no longer showing you the food bubble because you didn't feed it and you passed the last opportunity to feed it, then I think that that counts as 2 care mistakes. And like I said about sleeping, I think that failing to let your Digimon sleep on the very first hour in which it wants to sleep counts as a care mistake, but I think it only counts as 1 care mistake. So, for example, if you were to, like, regardless of whether you were to keep your Digimon awake against its will for like 1 hour or 5 hours, either way I think it would just count as 1 care mistake. If you were to keep your Digimon awake against its will for say 5 hours, then I don't think it would count as 5 care mistakes. I think it would only count as 1 care mistake. And I believe that those are the only care mistakes: not feeding your Digimon, having your Digimon mess on the floor, and not letting your Digimon sleep on the very first hour in which it wants to sleep. I don't think anything else counts as a care mistake, like becoming injured, becoming sick, having the sweat bubble, running away from a battle, you know, or stuff like that. You know, I don't think any of that is classed as a care mistake, and I'm going by the resources that are available to me, online resources, online guides. You know, I'm going by what these resources are telling me, what these guides are telling me. And in my experiences, the ones that I use do seem to be very helpful, very accurate. You know, I have relied on them very heavily, and you know, I can't say that they've let me down. There have been some resources that I've stumbled upon which have contained inaccurate information that's not been true, but I have avoided these resources, and instead I've stuck to the ones that I think are right, the ones that match my experiences, the ones that are consistent with my experiences, the ones that I have become successful from following. You know, I've relied on these resources very heavily with these challenges that I've done, and I have become successful as a result of following the resources. They have been very helpful. They have brought me success. I'm struggling to think of a single instance in which they have let me down. I haven't been keeping track of my care mistakes. I don't know if my number of care mistakes are too high in order for me to have the care mistake requirement for Metal Greymon. I mean, I know that I definitely don't have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon, and if I can keep my weight outside the range of 60 and 70, then I won't have the weight requirement either, and then I won't have to worry about the care mistake requirement or the bonus condition, because I definitely won't digivolve to Metal Greymon if I've only got 2 of the requirements. Metal Mummemon I don't need to worry about, because not only do I not have the stat requirement for him, but also I'm nowhere near the weight requirement. Has it been long enough? It looks like it has. Vadermon is my Digimon. My attack has gone up to 873, and my other stats have gone up as well, and unfortunately for me, Metal Splinter is the only technique that I've got at the moment. But I wasn't sure if it had been long enough for Monochromon to digivolve to Vadermon, so I saved in Gigimon's house. I then trained until Monochromon wanted to sleep, and I thought to myself, well, if it hasn't been long enough for Monochromon to digivolve to Vadermon here and now, then if I was to sleep, then surely after waking up it would then be long enough. Yeah, it would then have been long enough. So the idea was to try before letting him sleep, and if that didn't work, then letting him sleep and then try again. And if that didn't work, then probably reload from when I saved at Gigimon's house, because I probably would have chosen to just sleep instead of save and sleep. But sleeping wasn't necessary. It had been long enough. I scolded Monochromon, and then he digivolved to Vadermon. And Vadermon is a virus Digimon, and because of that, we can enter Greylord's mansion. So before making a start on any battles, I am going to Greylord's mansion first to see to the first part of Greylord's mansion, find my Otismon, aid him, collect all of the items that are there be done with the first part of Greylord's Mansion, and then later on the rest of Greylord's Mansion would be available to me. You know, I put all of my items into the item bank to create space in my inventory because because I know that there are a lot of items at Greylord's Mansion, and that as a virus type I will definitely be able to enter Greylord's Mansion with Vadermon. You know, that is the very first thing that I want to do: collect all of the items that are at Greylord's Mansion, aid my Ultismon, see to the first part of the Greylord's Mansion, the first part of Skull Greymon's recruit, but I don't think I will be able to go any further there and then, because I think that in order for Xiaomon's notice board to display article number 6, the article regarding my Ultismon, which you need to see in order to trigger the next part of Greylord's Mansion, I think that you need 35 prosperity points in order for that article to show up, and currently I don't think we do have 35 prosperity points. I have a feeling that we have 30 prosperity points, although there is an ultimate Digimon who I plan to recruit with Vadermon, as well as a champion Digimon who I plan to recruit with Vadermon. That will give us an extra 5 prosperity points. If I'm right about us currently having 30 prosperity points, then the extra 5 prosperity points will put us up to 35 prosperity points. And if I'm right about 35 prosperity points being the needed amount in order for the article to feature, then I will be able to read the article, and then the next part of Greylord's Mansion will be available to us. You know, as well as having Xiaomon recruited and having enough prosperity points in order for the article to show, I think that it's also a requirement for you to see to the first part of Greylord's Mansion, which is what we are currently doing. When I say see to the first part of Greylord's Mansion, what I mostly mean by that is find my Ultismon and rescue him. And I think you also need to have Greymon recruited, because I think that you need to have the arena tournament present in the city, which gets created by Greymon after you recruit him. Yeah, I think Greymon is a necessary recruit in order to be able to recruit Skull Greymon as well as Carbalterimon. I think you also need to have Greymon recruited in order for it to be possible for Digimon to tell you about Mount Infinity, because If you have a minimum of 50 prosperity points and your partner Digimon is at least a champion, either a champion or an ultimate, and you speak to Digimon, this is when you have 50 prosperity points or more, then he will mention about Mount Infinity. However, I think that you also need to have Greymon recruited in order for him to tell you about Mount Infinity. Otherwise, if you don't have Greymon recruited and you've got 50 prosperity points or more, and you've got either a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, then I don't think Digimon will mention about Mount Infinity when you speak to him. But instead it will trigger the battle against Greymon, and if you then speak to Digimon after recruiting Greymon, then he will then mention about Mount Infinity, which will trigger the battle against Airdramon, as well as making Mount Infinity available, which will lead to you being able... it will lead to Airdramon eventually joining the city, as well as you also being able to recruit Devimon, Metal Greymon, Megadramon and Digitamon. So Greymon is a very useful recruit when it comes to making other Digimon recruitable. Xiaomon is quite useful as well, because I think you need Xiaomon in order to be able to recruit Vadermon and Skull Greymon. Yeah, I think having Xiaomon is part of the requirement for recruiting Skull Greymon. You'll notice that I collected 2 sirloins there, because when Myotismon gives you the refrigerator key and you use the refrigerator key and get presented with a memo, it results in there being a sirloin in the Overdale Cemetery, and if you collect the sirloin and go back to Myotismon and give it to him and aid him with it, then it will trigger a scene with Myotismon, and then the sirloin will no longer be in the Overdale Cemetery. However, if you collect the sirloin from the Overdale Cemetery and then leave the Overdale Cemetery and re-enter the Overdale Cemetery without giving the sirloin to Myotismon, then the sirloin will respawn, and it will keep respawning for as long as you don't give the sirloin to Myotismon. Giving the sirloin to Myotismon is what results in the sirloin no longer spawning. So until you give the sirloin to Myotismon, the sirloin will keep respawning if you keep leaving the Overdale Cemetery and keep re-entering the Overdale Cemetery. I think what you're meant to do is just collect 1 sirloin, give it to Myotismon, and then never see the sirloin again. Okay, there's no article about Myotismon, just the other articles instead. Yeah, I think you're meant to collect 1 sirloin, give it to Myotismon, and then never see the sirloin again. But by doing what I did, you ended up with more than 1 sirloin. and as a result of that you can then hold on to the sirloin and put it into the item bank, which is what I plan to do. And the reason why I like to do that is just so that I can have an item on me which I don't think you are meant to be able to have. Because you only get one chance to collect more than one of the sirloins. So the sirloin is a very missable item in that respect. So I just like to, you know, collect the item just so that I've got an item that I don't think you're meant to be able to have. An item that is missable. So, yeah, I just like to collect 2 sirloins before before returning to my Ultismon and then screwing myself out of being able to collect any more of the sirloins. And I did have attack chips in the item bank, 2 in fact, and I decided to give them to Vadermon, put in my attack up to 973, so my attack is now almost at the maximum. So hopefully I will be able to inflict at least some damage upon opposing Digimon, despite the fact that Metal Splinter is the only technique that I've got. Now, I did take some damage when I was in Greylord's mansion. The trapdoors cost me some HP, so I used medium recoveries to recover HP, and I also used a medium MP to recover some MP. And my reason for that is because of the battle that I am planning on getting into. The battle that I plan to have ahead of me in the near future. A battle that will result in a recruitment. A battle that I will have to learn a technique from. The technique being full power. The Digimon that I am after is Mumemon, the Digimon who you can encounter at Mount Panorama. He uses Buster Dive, which Vadermon can't learn, Megaton Punch, which Vadermon can't learn, and we've already got anyway, and he also uses full power, and that is the technique that I am after. I am hoping to defeat Mumemon and learn full power from defeating him. And this could prove to be one of the much harder recruits because of the number of obstacles that we are faced with. The first obstacle is simply getting Mumemon to show up, something that is very prone to being a pain. Okay, we have got him to show up, and it only took a handful of tries, so that wasn't bad going at all. But now we have to defeat him and learn full power as well. Apparently we've got a 25% chance of learning full power. You can see it's been used already, and our attacks are not doing much damage. Our attack is almost at the maximum, and yet we're doing about 200 damage from each attack. Hopefully this will do some damage though. Yes, it certainly did. Although he now gets his finish. Which is about equally as powerful as ours. One or two more attacks will do it. Okay, one it was. And we did learn full power. I can't deny it did take a handful of tries though. And if you remember what I said, you know, if you keep reloading and keep repeating the same actions, then the outcome will be the same. You know, you have to do something to change the variables. So I came up with the idea of not commanding my Digimon in any sort of way. Because, you know, the way that you command your Digimon during a battle, that is one of the variables, and by not commanding my Digimon, I, you know, changed one of the variables, and it paid off because I ended up learning full power. You might have been puzzled as to why I didn't pick a command, and it was to, you know, try and change a variable in the interest of trying to change the outcome. You know, throughout this challenge I probably will do various things which might not always make sense, but it will be in the interest of trying to help with learning techniques from battles. You know, it'll be in the interest of changing variables to try and produce a different outcome. So, you know, the way that I fight in battles might not always be the best way to fight. I might not utilize what's available to me, But from my point of view, the most important thing is to, you know, learn the techniques that I'm after. That's what the challenge is, a challenge where I have to learn a technique from every battle and try and make as much progress as possible under those restrictions. So, you know, having a worse battle and learning the technique that I'm after, or one of the techniques that I'm after, is better than having a better battle and not learning a technique from it. Okay, now that we've recruited Mumemon, the secret item shop within the item shop within the city has now been opened, and because of that, Ninjamon will now show up on the Digimon Bridge, and that is who I am after next. I am heading to the Digimon Bridge to try and defeat and recruit Ninjamon and learn Charm Perfume. Apparently I have a 9% chance of learning Charm Perfume. I think Ninjamon also uses Magma Bomb, which can't be learned with Vadermon, and Dynamite Kick, which can't be learned with Vadermon. Okay, the battle was easy enough, and we have learned Charm Perfume from it, and I believe that we are now at 35 prosperity points, which means that Xiaomon's notice board should now contain article number 6 regarding Myotismon, which triggers the next part of Greylord's Mansion. In that battle against Ninjamon, I don't think that I specifically battled him in any sort of way in the interest of trying to alter variables. Instead, when I did defeat Ninjamon and not learn Charm Perfume, every time I entered the Digimon Bridge, gave Vadermon a medium MP, then battled Ninjamon, didn't have any joy with learning Charm Perfume, tried to do the battle a bit differently every time, but I didn't have any joy with that either. and then I decided to enter the Digimon Bridge, give a medium MP to Vadermon, then leave the Digimon Bridge and re-enter the Digimon Bridge. Yes, there it is, Article 6. Yeah, I went to the Digimon Bridge, gave Vadermon a medium MP, then left the Digimon Bridge, returning to Kunamon's bed, then went back to the Digimon Bridge, battled Ninjamon, and I didn't really have anything specific in mind of how to fight him, how to command my Digimon. I just tried to fight him in the best possible way to try and win against him, and I ended up learning Charm Perfume. And I did use a protective floppy against Ninjamon, and it did then occur to me, why didn't I use a protective floppy against Mumemon? And I can only imagine that I forgot. I mean, he had Megaton Punch, which can paralyze, Buster Dive, which can confuse. Ninjamon has Charm Perfume and Magma Bomb, which can confuse, Dynamite Kick, which can paralyze. The thought of using a protective floppy against Mumemon must have slipped my mind, even though it would have been wise to. I didn't forget with Ninjamon, I used it straight away. And seeing as I purchased 99 protective floppies from Monochromon, it would make sense to use one in every battle that I get into, so that I'm completely safe from any sort of status harm. So we've come here, and my Otismon is missing. We now need to go to the area that my Otismon was in when we first found him, and acknowledge that he's not there either, and then attempt to walk out of Greylord's mansion. Devimon will appear, and like with Meteormon, there is a bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing when speaking to Devimon, and the video will be edited and speeded up so that it will only be brief for you viewers. And then after the scene with Devimon, I will be able to use a door that I previously couldn't use, which will take me to a part of the Greylord's mansion that I couldn't previously access. And then there will be a key battle ahead of us, a battle against Tekamon, a battle that I will have to learn Devolve Program from, and I will sleep and save just before the Tekamon battle. There's the bit of text. Yeah, I've timed it so that Vadermon isn't too far away from wanting to sleep, so that just before challenging Tekamon, I can sleep and save, and if I'm not successful with learning Devolve Program, then I can reload and try again. Apparently, the chances of me learning Devolve Program are 32%, Tekkamon also uses full power, which I learned from Mumemon, and I think he also uses Megaton Punch and Buster Dive, both of which can't be learned by Vadermon, and one of those techniques we already have, the technique being Megaton Punch. Yeah, I had to learn full power from Mumemon first, so that I could then only learn Devolve Program from Tekkamon. Because if I had battled Tekkamon first and learned full power, then I wouldn't have been able to have learned full power from Mumemon, and that would have completely shot me in the foot. Yeah, having... I mean, if I had battled Tekkamon first, then... Firstly, full power could have interfered with my efforts to learn Devolve Program, because I might have learned full power instead of Devolve Program. And, you know, I needed to learn full power from Mumemon and Devolve Program from Tekkamon. And, well, Devolve Program is the only technique that can be learned from Tekkamon. You know, there's nothing that can interfere. You know, there's no other technique that can interfere. Tekkamon is down. Devolve Program has been learned, and I think that was one of the few techniques that I managed to learn on my first try. Now I've now come this far, but instead of going any further, I'm now leaving the Grey Lord's mansion and returning to the city by using an autopilot. And the reason for that is because the only reason why I went to Grey Lord's mansion with Vadermon was to get Tekkamon out of the way, defeat him, learn Devolve Program, and there's now just one other Digimon in Grey Lord's mansion who I have to defeat, and that Digimon is Skull Greymon, who I think uses Buster Dive, Dynamite Kick, and Warcry, all of which are techniques that can't be learned by Vadermon. So instead of doing the whole of Grey Lord's mansion with Vadermon and recruiting Skull Greymon with Vadermon, instead I had to do some of Grey Lord's mansion with Vadermon, getting Tekkamon out of the way, and in a different lifespan with a different Digimon, I will have to return to Grey Lord's mansion, battle Skull Greymon with a more suitable Digimon, a Digimon who will be able to learn one of his techniques, and then recruit Skull Greymon with that Digimon. And the reason why I had to learn full power from Mumemon is because His other techniques, Megaton Punch I already knew, Buster Dive has to be learned from a different Digimon, so I had to learn Full Power from Mumemon, and then I had to learn Devolve Program from Tekamon, because I had to learn Full Power from Mumemon. I already had Megaton Punch, and Buster Dive has to be learned from a different Digimon. It made the most sense to me to defeat Mumemon first, where I could only learn Full Power, and then defeat Tekamon, where I could only learn Devolve Program, instead of battling Tekamon first, where there would have been the risk of me learning Full Power instead of Devolve Program, which would have been an interference, because I then would have had to have, reloaded and tried it again, because it would have had to have been Devolve Program that I would have had to have learned. There's quite a few scenarios where the same technique gets used by multiple different Digimon, but I'm very specific with which Digimon I have to learn the technique from. You can have sort of like multiple Digimon where at least one of their techniques is the same as that of a different Digimon, but you have to learn like one certain technique from one certain Digimon, and then like a different technique from a different Digimon, and so on and so on. Tekamon and Mumemon are just two examples. There are other examples to come. Some of them I will comment on. Some of them I will probably overlook and forget to comment on. And Vaidamon's usefulness is actually over, so now I am just passing the time until Vaidamon fades away. I am passing the time by training and resting and sleeping. I'm not feeding my Digimon, but I am allowing my Digimon to use the toilet, and I am collecting meat from Tainemon, but I don't have anything else to do with Vaidamon in this lifespan, so I'm just doing this over and over again, waiting for him to fade away. And I speeded the video up because it's not hugely exciting just watching me do the same stuff over and over again. But yeah, this is how it's going to be until Vaidamon fades away. We've managed to make it up to 35 prosperity points in our first lifespan, which isn't bad going at all. It is 35 because simply defeating Tekamon won't get you any prosperity points, but nonetheless 35 prosperity points from the first lifespan in a challenge like this I don't think is bad going at all. and, you know, I'm ready to move on to the next lifespan and make further progress, have new Digimon who can learn different technique. Okay, we're fading away. Have new Digimon who can learn different techniques. And then because of that, we can battle different Digimon, recruit different Digimon, and make further progress from there. Okay, the pink egg is the egg for me, which obviously Yoramon is going to hatch from. And this is the beginning of our new lifespan. We are going to be spending a fair bit of time at the Green Gym, and the reason for that is because there is going to be quite a big delay between us digivolving from Tainomon to our rookie Digimon, and that's because I'm going to be taking advantage of the Tainomon bug, which will enable me to upgrade the whole of the Green Gym in a single lifespan. Obviously, you've got the 6 pieces of equipment, which each train a different stat: HP, MP, attack, defense, speed, and brains. And if you train on the same piece of equipment 10 times, when you've got either a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon, then you end up upgrading that piece of equipment, which means that the stat boost that you get from training on that piece of equipment increases slightly. And the upgrade is permanent. If you upgrade a piece of equipment and get a better stat boost, then you know, the stat increase is there to stay for the rest of the game. It is permanent, but you can only upgrade each piece of equipment once. So training HP 10 times with a baby or in training Digimon will upgrade the piece of equipment that trains HP. Training attack 10 times with a baby or in training Digimon will upgrade the piece of equipment that that you train attack on. Training defense 10 times will upgrade the piece of equipment that you train defense on. Training speed 10 times will upgrade the piece of equipment that you train speed on. And then training MP 10 times will with a baby or in training Digimon, will upgrade the piece of equipment that trains MP and the piece of equipment that trains brains. You don't upgrade the piece of equipment that trains brains by training brains. You upgrade it by training on the piece of equipment that trains MP. So upgrading MP upgrades MP and brains, and all the others, upgrading all of the others just upgrades the individual one that you upgrade, be it HP, attack, defense, speed, whatever it might be. So to upgrade the whole of the green gym, you would have to train HP 10 times, MP 10 times, attack 10 times, speed 10 times, and defense 10 times. And that's with a baby or in training Digimon the whole time. So you would have to train on 5 pieces of equipment 10 times, which would take 50 hours of training. And that's not to mention the amount of time that would be spent sleeping, which means that it would take a lot more than 50 hours. So usually, if you had a baby or in training Digimon, then it wouldn't be possible to upgrade the whole of the green gym, because the Digimon would end up digivolving to a rookie Digimon before you've been able to upgrade the whole of the green gym. But fortunately there is a bug known as the Tainomon bug, a bug where it's possible to prevent Tainomon from digivolving, and by using this bug and not allowing Tainomon to digivolve, it's possible to upgrade the entire green gym in a single lifespan if you have Tainomon as your in-training Digimon. In order to produce the Tainomon bug, you need Tainomon's attack to be her highest stat, so you need her attack to be superior to the rest of the stats, and you also need her weight to not be within a certain range. I think the range might be 10 to 20, if I'm remembering correctly. So if I am remembering correctly, then if you've got Tainomon as your Digimon and attack is her superior stat, and her weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, then she won't digivolve. And for your weight to not be within the range of 10 to 20, you just need her weight to either be under 10 or above 20. In my case, usually I have the weight below 10. And as long as, attack is the superior stat and weight is not within the range that it needs to be, then Tainomon won't digivolve, meaning that you can have Tainomon as your Digimon for as long as you want. In theory, it would be possible to just have Tainomon for the whole of the Digimon's lifespan and never digivolve to a rookie and fade away as Tainomon. But we're not interested in that because that wouldn't be useful. What we are interested in is upgrading the whole of the Green Gym, and then when we have upgraded the whole of the Green Gym, we will then allow Tainomon to digivolve to a rookie Digimon, and the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for is Palmon. And I think the easiest way to digivolve, I think the easiest way for Tainomon to digivolve would be by having one of her stats overtake attack, and if I specifically want to digivolve to Palmon, then the stat that overtakes attack will have to be one of the stats that's needed for you to digivolve to Palmon. Because when you have a in training Digimon, the thing that will influence what rookie Digimon you digivolve to is what stat is the highest. The Digimon will have a stat which will be superior to the other stats, and that will determine the Digivolution. Obviously, in Tainomon's case, having attack as the superior stat will mean not digivolving, but if any of the other stats were to be the superior stat, then Tainomon would digivolve to a rookie Digimon, and the rookie Digimon that Tainomon can naturally digivolve to are Palmon and Betamon. According to the resource that I'm going by, having speed or brains as your superior stat, well, as Tainomon's superior stat, will result in your Digimon digivolving to Palmon. So if Tainomon's superior stat is either speed or brains, then apparently that will result in her digivolving to Palmon. Apparently, if your superior stat is defense or HP, then it will result in the Digimon digivolving to Betamon. What I'm less clear about is MP. I'm reading the... I've got the information in front of me, and yet I'm still struggling to make sense of it in regards to MP. But going by my personal experiences with this game, I think that having MP as the superior stat results in you digivolving to Palmon. So I think MP, speed, or Brains as the superior stat would result in Palmon being the Digimon that you digivolve to, and HP or Defense being the superior stat, resulting in Betamon being the Digimon that you digivolve to, and Attack, having Attack as the superior stat results in you not digivolving, providing that your weight is also not within the range of 10 to 20, and I can confirm that that is the correct range. I've got it in front of me. When I started with the gym upgrade, you know, I trained Attack first to upgrade Attack, and to also make sure that Attack had the lead over the other stats. And now, well, and then since then I have moved on to the other stats and am progressing through them. And once I'm done, you know, I will let one of my stats overtake my attack stat, maybe MP, maybe speed. You know, they would, you know, either way, that should result in me digivolve into Palmon, who is the rookie Digimon that I am after. If I do digivolve to Palmon, then I will naturally learn Poison Claw. When I started off with Agumon, I naturally learned Spitfire. When I digivolved to Monochromon, I didn't learn any new technique, not from simply digivolving to Monochromon. When I digivolved to Vadermon, I naturally learned Metal Splinter. Digivolving to Betamon, I think, would result in me naturally learning Winter Blast. And digivolving to Palmon would result in me naturally learning Poison Claw. I am going to learn quite a few techniques simply from digivolving to Digimon, and they will mostly be the basic techniques, you know, like Spitfire, Static Electric, Teardrop, Winter Blast, you know, the really basic techniques. And then the other techniques are going to come from winning battles. Yeah, apart from the techniques that have come naturally from digivolving to Digimon, the rest of the techniques that I've got have come from... the rest of the techniques that I've got I learned from winning battles. Obviously, learning techniques is a big part of this challenge, because I'm forced to learn a new technique from every battle that I get into, and it might not be possible to learn a new technique from every battle. It might not be possible to reach 100 prosperity points. It might not even be possible to defeat the final boss, Machinedramon. But, you know, I have researched this, I have planned this, and, you know, the objective is for me to go as far as I am able to go. Yeah, attack is still our superior stat. I understand that if you take things at face value, then HP and MP are numerically higher. However, when it comes to comparing HP and MP to attack, defense, speed and brains, you have to divide HP and MP by 10, and so 1000 HP is equal to only 100 attack. 1000 MP is only equal to 100 speed, etc. I thought that I was going to sleep until midnight and be presented with more meat, but actually I woke up an hour sooner than I thought I would. So it's still the same day. The day that I slept on is the same as the day that I woke up on. Now then, I have upgraded the whole of the Green Gym, and I could very easily digivolve to Palmon here and now. However, I would like to train my brains a bit in preparation for having Palmon as my Digimon, in preparation of having Palmon as my rookie Digimon, as well as the champion Digimon that are to follow. I'm, putting my brains up by training brains, and I'm putting my MP up as well. And at this rate, if I keep training brains, then either MP will overtake attack, or brains will overtake attack, and either way, I think that that will result in Tainomon digivolving to Palmon, who is the Digimon that I'm after. the rookie Digimon that I am after. My attack is 118, so that's, compare that to MP, that's effectively 1180, so get MP to above 1180 and it would be superior to attack. I think that I only need to train MP once in order for it to overtake attack. I only need to train speed once in order for it to overtake attack. Brains is a little bit further away, but I have at least got my brains up to 100 and learned the attack command. Obviously it's impossible for baby Digimon and in training Digimon to learn techniques, but it is possible for rookie Digimon, champion Digimon, okay, I am Digivolving, rookie Digimon, champion Digimon and ultimate Digimon to learn techniques. And if I am going to be training brains when I've got a rookie Digimon or a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, then one thing that I do need to be mindful of is learning techniques from training brains. Okay, Palmon is my Digimon. You know, I might want to train my brains in order to make my brain stat better. I might need to train my brains in order to fulfill the stat requirement for a certain Digivolution, but something that I do need to avoid is learning techniques from training brains, because this is, in this challenge, I want learning techniques from battles to be the only way in which I learn techniques. I don't want to learn a technique from training brains, because then that will, you know, take away my ability to learn that technique from a battle. And if it was to be a specific technique that I had to learn from battling a specific Digimon, then I would be screwed. So, you know, I do need to be very careful when it comes to training brains, because I can't learn a technique from training brains. And if your brains is under 500, then you have the possibility of learning a technique from training brains every time your brains reaches 150, 250, 350 or 450. It doesn't have to be bang on 150, 250, 350, 450. Okay, I'm just training, and there is a risk of me learning a technique here. But I didn't, and it's okay. Because like I said, it doesn't have to be like bang on like 150, 250, 350, 450, if you've got, say, like 145 brains, and you train your brains and it goes up by 10 and goes up to 155, then you'll have the opportunity to learn a new technique. You know, it's when your brains is under 150 and you train your brains and it then brings your brains up to 150 or more, then you'll have the opportunity of learning a technique. And the same will be true with 250, 350 and 450. But I'm just talking about when your brains is under 500. Once you get your brains, if your brains is over 500, then you can still learn techniques from training brains. So don't think that, you know, once your brains gets to 450, you can no longer, you know, learn any more techniques from training brains, because that just isn't the case. I am obviously aiming for Palmon to Digivolve, but before Palmon does Digivolve, I plan to go to the native forest and defeat the Palmon who is in the native forest. The Palmon uses Poison Claw, which we've already got, Water Blitz, which we are capable of learning, and Poison Powder that we are capable of learning. And for reasons that will make sense later, the technique that we have to learn is Poison Powder. If I will save before the battle. If I don't learn any technique, then I will reset. If I learn Water Blitz, then I will reset. Poison Powder is the only technique that I am after. If I learn any if I don't learn Poison Powder, then I will reset. And apparently I have a 26% chance of learning Poison Powder and a 5% chance of learning Water Blitz. So, you know, statistically I have got a better chance of learning Poison Powder. And you'll notice that I went to Digimon's house and saved, and the reason for that is because my brains was at 240, and training brains once more would have put it up to 252, where I would have had the opportunity to have learned a technique, which I didn't want to happen, so I saved at Digimon's house first, so that if I did learn a technique from training brains, then I would reset. But there was no need to reset. I didn't learn a technique. Regarding Digivolutions, there are 5 Digimon that Palmon can Digivolve to: Kawagamon, Vegiemon, Ninjamon, Waymon and Colamon. And if I get up the Digivolution requirements, for Kawagamon, Well, before I even begin to... without even looking at the stat requirements, I think I might have all of them. Yes. My HP and MP are above 1,000. My attack, defense, speed and brains are above 100. So when it comes... so that means that I have the stat requirement for all of Palmon's Digivolutions. So when it comes to looking at the requirements, there's no point in me even looking at the stats, because the stats are a guarantee. But I will look at the stats anyway. Kawagamon, the stat requirement is 1,000 HP, 1,000 MP, 100 attack and 100 speed. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. And there are 2 elements to the bonus condition. Either have Kunamon as your Digimon, or have a minimum of 28 techniques. Despite the fact that I have the stat requirement for Kawagamon, I don't currently have any of the other requirements, and I'm not going to either. Vegemon, the stat requirement is 1,000 MP. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. The weight requirement is 5 to 15. And there are 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 21 techniques. The other is to... the other is for your happiness to be at least 50% full. I don't have the care mistake requirement, and I'm not going to either. I do currently have the... well, I mean, the stat requirement is obviously a guarantee. The bonus condition is pretty much a guarantee. And then the weight requirement, I think I am currently fulfilling. And, yeah. But, well, I mean, the weight requirement... okay, I'm not fulfilling it anymore. The weight requirement I was fulfilling, which was making it 3 conditions that were being met. But I don't want my weight to be within the range of 5 to 15. I want my weight to be under 5, and my weight is now under 5, which means that I now only have 2 of the conditions for Vegemon. And when I didn't... just a few moments ago, I chose not to feed Vegemon, which put her weight down, and it also counted as 2 care mistakes, which means that I currently have 2 care mistakes. Ninjamon, the stat requirement is 1,000 MP, 100 defense and 100 speed, which obviously I have. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1, which I'm no longer fulfilling, and I'm not going to fulfill either. The weight requirement is 5 to 15, which I'm not fulfilling, and I'm not going to fulfill either. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered. The other is to have a minimum of 15 battles. I'm definitely not going to be fulfilling the bonus condition, So that's just one requirement for Ninjamon. If I then move on to Colamon, the stat requirement, 100 defense, I have that. Care mistake requirement, minimum of 3, I don't currently have that, and I'm going to ensure that I don't fulfill it either. The weight requirement, 25 to 35, definitely won't be having that. As for the bonus condition, 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered, or have a maximum of 5 battles. I will succeed with that element of the bonus condition, which means I will have the bonus condition for Colamon, which is 2 requirements, but only 2 requirements. And so from listening to me go through that, you can probably conclude that Waymon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 brains. I have that. The care mistake requirement, maximum of 5, I have that. The weight requirement, 35 to 45, I don't have that, and I'm not going to either. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. One of them have a minimum of 28 techniques, which I'm not fulfilling, and the other is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 60%, which I am fulfilling. That is 3 of the requirements for Waymon. I'm missing the weight requirement, but I have all 3 of the other requirements: stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. And Waymon is the only Digimon who I have 3 requirements for. With all of the other Digimon, I have either 2 requirements or less. So my ambition from here pretty much is to defeat and recruit Palmon, learn Poison Powder, and then digivolve to Waymon. So here we go against Palmon. I do of course need Poison Powder to be used. It hasn't yet been used, so I best keep my distance until it does get used. As Palmon is now only 1 hit from death. So I can't defeat Palmon, not without Poison Powder. There it is. I was about to say I can't defeat Palmon not without Poison Powder getting used, Then as I was speaking, it goes and gets used, and it's been used again. Here I go with Charm Perfume, and that's Palmon defeated. Brain Chip, and Poison Powder. And finally, the meat farm is going to be upgraded, and instead of it being Tainomon giving us meat, it's going to be Palmon giving us giant meat, which is more valuable, and it is also one of the items that's needed for a Moljamon trade, which hasn't yet been used for a Moljamon trade. It also means that it will be possible for Tainomon to inform us of the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, and it will be possible for us to collect a... Okay, yeah, that Tainomon just mentioned about the strange plant. And it will also be possible for us to collect a rain plant on day 15 of next year. It does unfortunately have to be next year because we've already passed day 15 of this year. But when Tainomon tells you about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, in order for Tainomon to tell you about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, you need to have Palmon recruited, and I think you also need to have a minimum of 9 prosperity points. And for the rain plant to appear, you need to have Palmon recruited, and the rain plant will be available on day 15 of every year, and you do specifically have to collect it on day 15 because it's not available on any other day of the year. If you don't collect it on day 15, then it won't be available on day 16. You have to collect it on day 15, and then by going to the tropical jungle with the rain plant and going to the strange plant that Tainomon tells you about, and using the rain plant to water it, Vegemon will be produced and will then join the city. So essentially, you have to recruit Palmon in order to be able to recruit Vegemon. And recruiting Vegemon helps with recruiting Moljamon because of the fact that you can buy a super carrot from Vegemon once you recruit him, which is one of the items that's needed for a Moljamon trade. We are digivolving. And predictably, Waymon is the Digimon that we have digivolved to. And we do have some work to be doing in his lifespan. Teardrop has come naturally. He can also use poison powder and charm perfume, which we already knew. We learned one of them from Vadermon and learned one of them from Palmon. But even though there is work to be done, Digimon to be battled, Digimon to be recruited, progress to be made, techniques to be learned, I still need to have good enough stats in order to be able to win the battles that I have ahead of me. So to begin with, I am going to be training at the Green Gym. Just even though, you know, there is a fair bit of work to be done in Waymon's lifespan, we will still have time to devote to training, and then have time left over to see to the other work that needs to be seen to while we have Waymon as our Digimon. And in the previous lifespan, I did Digivolve all the way through to an ultimate. In this lifespan, it's different, and the reason why it's different is because I don't want to Digivolve to an ultimate when I'm done with Waymon. I want him to fade away as Waymon. You know, I don't want Waymon to Digivolve, I want Waymon to fade away as Waymon. So, you know, I want to see to what I need to see to while I've got Waymon as my Digimon, and then when I'm done with that, I then want Waymon to fade away. I don't want to be Digivolving to any ultimates. For what it's worth, Waymon can Digivolve to Mega Seadramon and Mummemon, and if I go over the requirements, the stat requirement for Mega Seadramon is 4000 MP, 500 attack, 400 defense, and 400 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. Well, currently we are not fulfilling the stat requirement. Currently we are fulfilling the care mistake requirement. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I don't think we are currently fulfilling that. I think our weight is above that range. And then as for the bonus condition, there's 2 elements. One of them is to have a minimum of 40 techniques mastered, one of them is to have 0 battles. We are not fulfilling the techniques, but we are fulfilling the battles, which means that at the moment we are fulfilling the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition for Mega Seedramon, but it is a certainty that we will end up in a position where we are no longer fulfilling the bonus condition, because all we have to do is have 1 battle and then we will no longer be fulfilling the bonus condition. And I can assure you that Waymon does have battles ahead of him. And also, Waymon is a Digimon who eats a lot of food. When he gets hungry, he needs to eat a lot, and so I imagine that our weight will be well above the range of 25 to 35. Eliminating... okay, it's currently 41. And I suspect that his weight will go up rather than down. And yeah, with us, if we are going to not have the bonus condition or the weight requirement, then that is enough for us to rule out Mega Seedramon, regardless of stats and care mistakes. As for Mumemon, well, I've immediately seen 2 things which has made me instantly conclude that we do not have to worry about Mumemon. Those 2 things are the fact that the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15 and the weight requirement is 0 to 10. We are not... currently we are not fulfilling the care mistake requirement, and currently we are nowhere near fulfilling the care mistake requirement, and that's how things are going to remain. And we are also nowhere near fulfilling the weight requirement, because our weight is much, much higher than the range of 0 to 10, and our weight is going to continue to be well above the range for Mumemon. So that alone is enough to rule Mumemon out. But just in case people are curious, the stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, and 400 brains. And there are 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 25 techniques, which we are not fulfilling. The other is for happiness to be at a minimum of 90%, which we are fulfilling. But like I said, we don't need to worry. We are not going to be digivolving to Mumemon, not for as long as our care mistakes stay down and our weight stays up. As for Mega Seedramon, we just need our weight to stay up and to have 1 single battle, and then Mega Seedramon is out of the question as well. Waymon is a Digimon who has ice as his first nature, and he can learn and use every ice technique. And currently the only ice technique that we have is Teardrop, which came naturally when we digivolved to Waymon. We don't have any of the 7 other ice techniques, and we are capable of learning and using all of them, which creates a lot of opportunities for Waymon when it comes to battles. If you think about Ice Digimon who you have to battle, Ice Digimon who you have to recruit, Ice Digimon who use ice techniques during battles. There's a lot of different ice techniques that we can learn, creating a lot of opportunity for Waymon when it comes to battling Ice Digimon. Waymon can also learn, as well as having ice as a nature, ice is his primary nature, but as well as having ice as a nature, he also has earth as a nature, where he can learn and use a total of 2 earth techniques, Poison Powder and Charm Perfume, both of which we already have. So we won't be learning any earth techniques with Waymon. But there are plenty of options regarding ice techniques. Yeah, we're in a position where we can learn 7 ice techniques. That's the potential of 7 battles. So HP is at 3000, MP is at 2000, Brains is at 300, Attack is just shy of 500, Defense I think was under 200, Speed I think was 200 and something. That is correct, and attack is now at 500. Even though I've got giant meats, I'm continuing to use... I'm continuing to feed meat to Waymon, because I would like to use up that food supply before moving on to a different food supply. So I'm continuing to use meat despite the fact that I've got giant meat, and I would like to use up all of my meats before moving on to giant meats. So run out of meat before starting on giant meat. We are taking Birdramon to Gear Savannah, and we are heading to the Gecko Swamp, and we are timing it so that Waymon is close to wanting to sleep, and we are going to be sleeping in the Gecko Swamp near where Otamamon is going to be, and Otamamon is the next Digimon on my mind. By defeating him, we will be able to gain access to the Volume Villa, help ourselves to the Amazing Rod, and also have Shogun Gekomon tell us about Cherrymon, which will lead to us being able to access Cherrymon, encounter Cherrymon, have access to Toy Town, where you can then recruit Munceymon, and it's also one of the locations where you can encounter Nannymon, so it will also help with Nannymon's recruitment as well. Otamamon uses Teardrop and Water Blitz. I already have Teardrop, so I'm sure it's self-explanatory that Water Blitz is the technique that I would be looking to learn from battling Otamamon, and maybe now you understand why when I had Palmon as my Digimon and I battled the opposing Palmon, I was adamant that I didn't want to learn Water Blitz and wanted to learn Poison Powder instead. The reason for that is because if I had learned Water Blitz, then I would be in a position where I would currently have Waymon as my Digimon, and I would have both Teardrop and Water Blitz, and then it would be impossible for me to learn a technique from defeating Otamamon, because Otamamon only uses Teardrop and Water Blitz. I knew that I would learn Teardrop when digivolving to Waymon, and therefore I needed the ability to learn Water Blitz with Waymon as my Digimon, and that's why I didn't learn Water Blitz when I had Palmon as my Digimon. I learned Poison Powder instead, and now it's possible to defeat Otamamon, learn Water Blitz, and then be able to make further progress with the game. Apparently I have a 20% chance of learning Water Blitz, which isn't amazing, but it's possible nonetheless. And the first job seems to be getting Otamamon to simply show up. Okay, he's still not here. And still not. Okay, he is now here. Because when I slept and saved when he was here, I did battle him straight away, but I didn't learn Water Blitz, so I had to reload. And then I had the job of getting him to show up again. Water Blitz has been learned, which has put us up to 2 ice techniques, 2 out of 8 ice techniques, leaving 6 others. We now have access to the Volume Villa. Shogun Gekomon will tell us about Cherrymon, and then we can trade in the Digimon cards that we previously purchased, get merit points for them, and then we can get the Amazing Rod. We might not need the Amazing Rod, but I would still like to have it nonetheless. There's our 300 merit points. There's the Amazing Rod, and now it's ours. I do know where I want to go, and you know what Digimon I want to battle, what Digimon I want to recruit, what progress I want to make, what techniques I need to learn from the battles that I'm going to be getting into. But I don't want to give too much away too early on. You know, I don't want to spoil too much for you viewers. You know, the fact that it's going to be, you know, ice techniques, ice Digimon, you know, you might be able to, you know, you might have some idea, but I don't want to just completely ruin it. But having come this far, you can probably guess that Garulamon is the next Digimon I'm going to be battling. He uses Warcry, which can't be learned by Waymon, plus Ice Statue and Giga Freeze that can be learned by Waymon, and either one of them will do. Learning Ice Statue will be a success, learning Giga Freeze will be a success. Ice Statue learned, and that is a result. And allow me to elaborate a bit more on it. In order to recruit Garulamon, you have to defeat him in battle twice, and in both battles, the techniques that he uses are the same: Warcry, Ice Statue, and Giga Freeze. I can't learn Warcry from Garulamon because that is a technique that has to be learnt from a different Digimon in a different battle, and I'm using a Digimon who can't learn Warcry. The other two techniques that Garulamon uses are Ice Statue and Giga Freeze. I need to learn one of those techniques from him during the first battle, and the other technique from him during the second battle. So either learn Giga Freeze from him during the first battle and learn Ice Statue from him during the second battle, or the other way around, learn Ice Statue from him during the first battle and Giga Freeze from him during the second battle. And in this instance, we learned Ice Statue from him during the first battle, leaving Giga Freeze to be learned during the second battle. And if anything, I would say that that's preferable. I would say that learning Ice Statue in the first battle is preferable, because Ice Statue is the harder technique to learn, which means that we've got the harder technique out of the way first. It also means that we can now use Ice Statue, which in my opinion is probably the best technique in the game, and it will very much come in handy with some of the other battles. Well, it will very much come in handy with a lot of the battles that we have ahead of us. Also, the second Garulamon battle is harder than the first Garulamon battle, and so the fact that we are going to be able to use Ice Statue in the second Garulamon battle is going to be very helpful. Not to mention that the technique that we are going to have to be learning from the second battle is the easier technique to learn, is also really helpful. Ice Statue, we had a 15% chance of learning. Giga Freeze, we will have a 17% chance of learning. So not a huge difference, but still a very slight difference. And I'm just happy to have Ice Statue now and the ability to use it. Against Garulamon and the other battles that I'm going to have with Waymon as my Digimon. I suppose now I should probably mention that I do plan to I do plan to recruit Waymon, and I plan for the to recruit Waymon, I have to have the third Olgamon battle, which involves Waru Seedramon, and that is the next thing on my mind. That is the next battle that I plan to have, and there are 3 techniques that are going to be used during that battle, which I'm capable of learning, Winter Blast, Giga Freeze, and Aurora Freeze, and it is crucial that I do not learn Giga Freeze. Reason being, I have to learn Giga Freeze from Garulamon, so I can't learn Giga Freeze from Warusidramon. It has to be either Winter Blast or Aurora Freeze. And statistically, I'm more likely to learn Winter Blast. Winter Blast, we have a 20% chance. Giga Freeze, as you know, 17%. Aurora Freeze, 14%. The other techniques that get used in the battle are techniques that we either can't learn with Waymon or we already know. I suppose if I wanted to, I could have the second Garulamon battle before the battle against Warusidramon. That way I could learn Giga Freeze from Garulamon and, you know, eliminate the risk of learning it from Warusidramon. But I am worried about the second Garulamon battle. I think that I could do with working on my stats, and I've got to think of other stuff to be doing in the meantime. Garulamon won't be available until the earliest of tomorrow, so I'm thinking if I focus on, you know, Waymon's recruit before Garulamon's recruit, and also squeeze in some more training, then hopefully I can recruit Waymon and, you know, be successful with learning a technique that isn't Giga Freeze, so either Winter Blast or Aurora Freeze, and then, you know, reserve Giga Freeze for the second Garulamon battle. And I am now heading in the direction of the secret beach cave. I'm going to have... well, Birdramon is taking us to Freezeland. I'm then going to go to where the Waymon is, have him take us to the secret beach cave. By then, hopefully, Waymon will want to sleep, so I can sleep, I can save, and hopefully I can win the battle and learn one of the 2 techniques that I am pursuing, because even though there are 3 techniques up for grabs, only 2 of them will be good enough. And out of those 2 techniques, it doesn't matter which one I learn, as long as I learn one of them. Okay, so this is the secret beach cave in the very next room, we will be presented with Olgamon, and initially 2 Gabumons, but one of the Gabumons gets replaced by Woru Seedramon, and he's the Digimon who we are going to be relying on for learning a technique, and it strictly cannot be Giga Freeze. Learning Giga Freeze is as bad as learning no technique whatsoever. If we learn no technique, then it's a foul. If we learn Giga Freeze, then it's a foul. If we learn Winter Blast, then great. If we learn Aurora Freeze, then great. With Ice Statue, we should be able to do some damage. And with Poison Powder, we can attack all of them at once and inflict poison upon them as well. So this is where the next battle is about to get underway. Winter Blast works for me nicely. Now, I feel like I should point out that I am planning on recruiting Angemon with Waymon, which means that I am planning on going to the Ice Sanctuary with Waymon. However, I plan to see to the second Garulamon battle first, and the reason for that is because I would like to learn Giga Freeze before going to the Ice Sanctuary, because in the Ice Sanctuary there are 3 random Digimon who you have to battle, 2 Hyolgamons and an Icemon, and between them they use Buster Dive, which Waymon can't learn, Sonic Jab, which Waymon can't learn, and we already have, Megaton Punch, which Waymon can't learn, and we already have, and then that leaves Giga Freeze and Ice Needle, and both of which are techniques that Waymon is capable of learning and we don't currently have. And with that in mind, the plan is for me to battle Garulamon first and learn Giga Freeze, and then go to the Ice Sanctuary and get into the battle where Ice Needle would be the only technique that I could possibly learn from the battle, rather than go to Ice Sanctuary first and have the complication of learning Giga Freeze instead of Ice Needle, which would completely screw me over because I need to learn Giga Freeze from Garulamon. After recruiting Waymon, we now have access to Factorial Town, as well as Leomon, as well as the Secret Beach Cave. I went to the Secret Beach Cave to collect the Misty Egg, which is the Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to the ultimate Digimon, Digitamamon. And now I'm heading to the Olga Fortress because Nanimon will now be at the Olga Fortress, since we have defeated Olgamon for the 3rd time and recruited Waymon. And I would like to go to Factorial Town at the time of the shift change, so that I can make it past the Guardromons, get rid of them so that they won't be there in the future, collect all of the items that are in Factorial Town, but don't go any further than that, because I won't be able to defeat any of the Digimon in Factorial Town with Waymon as my Digimon, because I won't be able to learn any techniques from battling them. But by at least getting the Guardromons out of the way, I'll have a clear path, which will come in handy in a future lifespan, when the timing is right for me to battle Digimon in Factorial Town, when I would be able to learn techniques from battling the Digimon. Not to mention that it would be nice to have the item chips as well. The item chips that are in the second half of Factorial Town, which you have to make it past the Guardromons in order to be able to reach. But yes, to sum it up, Teardrop came naturally. I knew that I needed to learn Water Blitz from Otamamon. I knew that I needed to learn Ice Statue and Giga Freeze from Garulamon. I knew that I needed to learn Ice Statue from the battle in the Ice Sanctuary, and then either Winter Blast or Aurora Freeze from the third Olgamon battle. I think that's all of those techniques that I just mentioned. I think that's 7 of the 8 ice techniques, leaving just Aqua Magic. I mean, ideally, it probably would have made the most sense to... I think there was no problem with seeing to Otamamon first, but if I had, like, better stats, I think it probably would have made sense to see to both of the Garulamon battles next, so that I then would have been able to have gone to the secret beach cave without any risk of learning Giga Freeze, without the potential complication of Giga Freeze, and also we would be able to say the same about the Ice Sanctuary as well, because Ice Needle, if we learn Giga Freeze and go to the Ice Sanctuary, then Ice Needle will be the only technique that we could possibly learn from the battle, eliminating any complication that Giga Freeze has to offer. As for the battle, the third Olgamon battle, based on how we have gone about the game, it honestly made no difference whether we learned Winter Blast or Aurora Freeze. However, technically we could have defeated the Goborimon at the Great Canyon Bridge if we had a Digimon, if our partner Digimon had been a Digimon who could learn Winter Blast, because the Goborimon at the Great Canyon Bridge uses Winter Blast as well as other techniques, if we had learned Winter Blast from him, and then learned Aurora Freeze from Warusidramon, then that would have been okay. We could have learned Winter Blast from Goborimon and been okay if we had had a Digimon, if our partner Digimon had been a Digimon who could have learned Winter Blast. All of the other techniques that Goborimon uses are techniques that could not have been learned from him, not without ruining the challenge, but Winter Blast we could have learned from him. Have Teardrop come naturally, like it did in our case. Learn Water Blitz from Otamamon. Ice Statue and Giga Freeze from Garulamon. Aurora Freeze from Warusidramon. And Ice Needle from the Digimon in the Ice Sanctuary. Aqua Magic, I don't think, is a technique that gets used by any Digimon who you have to defeat in order to be able to reach 100 prosperity points. So that makes aqua magic irrelevant, if I'm not mistaken. But we went about the game in a way where we completely avoided the Goborimon. Our first ice technique was Teardrop, which came naturally with Waymon. Then we learned Water Blitz from Otamamon. Then Ice Statue from Garulamon. Then we had the third Olgamon battle, where we strictly couldn't, well, even though we could have learned Giga Freeze, we couldn't have had that happen because we need to learn Giga Freeze from the second Garulamon battle, which hasn't happened yet. So we were left needing to learn either Winter Blast or Aurora Freeze, and we learned Winter Blast. And if we can successfully learn Giga Freeze from Garulamon during the second Garulamon battle, you know, the rematch, the battle which results in Garulamon joining the city if you successfully defeat him, then we can go to the Ice Sanctuary and when we have the battle against the Icemon and the two Hyolgamons, the only technique that we will be able to learn is Ice Needle. If we were to go to the Ice Sanctuary first, then we would be faced with the same problem that we were faced with when battling Warusidramon, in that there would have been more than one technique that we could have learned, but we were specific with what technique we had to learn, or rather what technique we had to not learn, because with Warusidramon we had to avoid learning Giga Freeze, which we were successful with. And if I was to go to the Ice Sanctuary now before Garulamon, then as well as being able to learn Ice Needle, I would also be able to learn Giga Freeze, but I wouldn't be able to afford to learn Giga Freeze because I have to learn that from Garulamon. So you can sort of see what I mean about you know, there being like multiple Digimon, like different Digimon who use the same techniques, but you have to be very specific with which Digimon you learn the technique from. Otherwise you end up being unable to learn a technique from every battle, or at the very least you end up being unable to learn as many techniques from battles. You end up with battles that you can't learn techniques from, or at the very least a larger number of battles that you can't learn techniques from. There's Giga Freeze. Two more ice statues and he's dead. Okay. He should be a sitting duck. he is. Okay, and we've learned Giga Freeze. Yeah, this challenge did require a lot of preparation, because let's say that I had gone to the Ice Sanctuary and learned Giga Freeze from the battle. You know, I might have seen that as a result if I hadn't done any like initial research, and then I would have realised that I then wouldn't have been able to have learned a technique from both Garulamon battles, and then I would have screwed myself out of being able to recruit Garulamon. But by going about it in a different order, I was able to recruit Garulamon. I know that Garulamon also learns Warcry, but we can't learn that from Garulamon because we have to learn it from a different Digimon instead. You know, even though you know, Digimon use multiple techniques in a challenge like this, you know, a lot of the time you have to specifically learn one individual technique from a Digimon, even though there are other techniques that could be learned. And you know, it's the case with you know, quite a lot of Digimon, where if you didn't prepare it, then you might just go through the game learning techniques from Digimon, thinking you're making progress, but you go about it all wrong, and then you just screw yourself out of loads of possible recruitments. You know, a Digimon might have multiple techniques, but you might have to learn one specific technique from that Digimon, and then there might be loads of other Digimon with multiple techniques, but again, you have to learn one specific technique from them. You have to sort of think about potential costs, you know, like learning a technique from one Digimon at the expense of being able to learn the technique from a different Digimon, and that different Digimon could be the Digimon that you have to learn that technique from, and then the original Digimon that you learn the technique from, you actually had to learn something else from, if you know what I mean. We're not going to learn every technique from doing this challenge, because not every technique is going to get used against us. We are going to learn a lot of techniques, because a lot of techniques are going to be used against us. We are probably going to learn the majority of techniques, because the majority of techniques are probably going to get used against us. But you know, there will be techniques that we won't learn, because although they might get used from random Digimon, you know, avoidable Digimon, they don't get used by compulsory Digimon, and this is starting to look really bad. Yeah, if you just round up the Digimon who you have to defeat in order to reach 100 prosperity points. You know, between them, they don't use every technique. If you were to round up every Digimon in the game, including the random Digimon, then that would be different. You know, every technique would get used, and it would be possible to learn every technique if you play your cards right. The overall point I'm making is that we're not going to be seeing every technique in this challenge, and I've come here with Waymon wanting to sleep because I want to be able to save just before battling these guys, because of the risk of me not learning Ice Needle, which is a pretty big risk. So yes, this is where I sleep and save.